Good evening. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Committee as a Whole meeting for Business Affairs Administrative. Tonight is Thursday, October 1st, 2020, and it is 6 p.m. Ms. Coakley, will you call the roll, please?
Mr. Green.
Here.
Mrs. Hines. Mr. Derman. Here. Mr. Loop.
Here.
Mr. Harrell.
Here.
Mr. Nation.
Here.
Mrs. Richardson. Here. Mr. Winkler.
Present.
Mrs. Drucker. Mr. Bittencourt. Mrs. Lamy. Mr. Hersey.
Here.
Mr. Bro. Mr. Kuzan.
Here.
Mrs. Page.
Here.
Thank you, Ms. Coakley. Would you please stand and join us for the invocation and pledge led by Ms. Page?
Lord, I pray that you be with us this evening. I pray you give us guidance and direction with everything we do and the decisions that we have to make. In Jesus' name, amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Would any board members like to recognize visitors? Mr. Nation.
Thank you, Mr. Green. I've got several folks I want to recognize tonight. Not sitting in the boardroom, but sitting in the atrium is Colonel Evan Spiceland, who is was an appointee by President Trump to the American American Battle Monuments Commission, and he's former chair of the Republican Parish Executive Committee. Also got my friend, all these are friends, Pearl River City Councilwoman Bridget Bennett, Robin Mullett, former St. Tammany Parish school member and board president, Mr. Anthony Alford, former St. Tammany School board member and, of course, father of Mr. Ray Alford, longtime board member, Mrs. Linda Begay, president of the Mandeville Republican Women, and Mrs. Madeline Nora, president of the Bayou Lacombe Republican Women. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Ms. Nation. Ms. Richardson?
Thank you, Mr. Green. I'd like to recognize also former board member Peggy Seeley, District 8. Just thank you for being here and for your service.
Thank you, Ms. Richardson. Any other board members like to recognize visitors tonight? Seeing none, let's move along to our next agenda item. That is 5 minutes to speak. One thing that I would like to make a recommendation or a suggestion, all the 18 speakers for our 5 minutes are for the equity policy. If I might make a suggestion, this is what we'll do. We will save those comments till we get to that agenda item, and then any 5-minute speakers will be recognized for 5 minutes then, and then we'll move to the 3-minute speakers. So that's the way we're going to handle that. Rather than you speak now, we'll wait till it's the actual agenda item. Next up is 3 minutes. We have two, I will call non-equity policy speakers. I'd like to invite Mr. B.J. Fontaine up. He has 3 minutes. And one other thing I would like to say is that we do have a lot of speakers tonight, and I'm sure that other members of the public that haven't signed up for 5 or 3 minutes. So I am going to hold us to a strict time limit. It is board policy, so I'm just going to say when 3 minutes is up, I would kindly ask that you stop speaking. Thank you. And please approach the mic and tell us who you are and where you're from.
I'm asked to speak to you about the search for the new school superintendent for St. Tammany because of my professional experience in executive leadership searches and hiring practices, as well as my knowledge about the importance of good school systems to the health and prosperity of communities. A significant part of my career was in leadership with General Dynamics, a multi-billion-dollar defense contractor, maritime, aerospace, and technology companies. And I participated in many executive searches and included defining the extrinsic criteria for helping us improve our performance and our competitive position, and the intrinsic types of criteria for making sure that our candidates fit within our shared goals and values. Another substantial part of my career was working through the University of Texas system in the state of Texas in economic development, growing local, state, and national businesses profitably, as well as launching technology businesses. And in this capacity, I participated in quite a bit of executive searches and board member searches for those entrepreneurial industries, as well as I came to realize in economic development how critical school systems were and one of the foundational building blocks of a successful and prosperous community. Not only do all stakeholders benefit from a strong school system, but when school systems have excellent ratings, the community attracts and retains citizens and businesses that help the community be successful. The St. Tammany school system is almost a $500,000 budget. It's the largest employer in the St. Tammany area and is critical to the success of our parish. The superintendent is essentially the CEO of the school system, and so a hiring process that would be suitable for vetting CEO-type candidates should be used. I applaud the excellent effort. I reviewed your videos of the, in fairness and following the legality of that position and the requirements. But fairness and following the legal requirements are really a feature of the hiring search, not the point. The point of the search is to find the best candidate to make the St. Tammany School successful. To do that, the board needs to define the nationally objective criteria for successful school system leadership, including the basic leadership and proven performance in the areas that our school system, based on our last ranking, needs to improve. These go beyond the certifications and employee requirements of HR and BESI, and would best be served by hiring a nationally recognized, search professional. A search professional would work with the board to define the extrinsic qualities for our objective needs as well as the intrinsic qualities to make sure that all candidates would share the values and goals of the community. Can I finish my thought? I got a little piece. I understand the efforts to save money have influenced your decision to not engage a professional, but with an annual salary of $250,000, a 4-year contract worth $1 million, and responsibility of overseeing almost $2 billion in that 4 years, it would be a small fraction to hire that professional of that budget.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Fontaine.
Oh, okay, and then finally, I just asked you to extend the search timeline and hire that professional.
Thank you, Mr. Fontaine. Next up to speak for 3 minutes is Ms. Barrios.
Take a breath first. My name's Lee Barrios. I'm a retired teacher from St. Tammany. I'm also asking for the school board to revise your superintendent selection process to include the hiring of a search professional in the field of education, often referred to as headhunters, to recruit, not just advertise for additional candidates. My calculations show that your entire process from your initial discussion to the deadline for receipt of applications was fewer than 45 days and consisted of advertising on various websites and publications. It's interesting to note that your agenda item 6B tonight is a request from Ms. Tipton to approve the design and installation of artificial turf football field systems for 7 high schools. That request says that typically a large capital improvement project such as this would entail a qualifications-based process of approximately 3 to 4 months. How much more careful should the selection be of a superintendent for a district with an almost $500 million budget, paying upwards of $250,000 in salary and benefits? With all due respect, only a few of you have educational credentials, and I don't think any of you possess upper-level human resource expertise and experience. Part of a search firm's job would be to help you define your expectations for our district leader and to prepare for interviews. A good number of people have expressed to me their concerns and desire for a superintendent who understands and respects our local value. Those values should be expressed during the recruitment process. I would like you to consider a candidate who has experience and interest in advocating for public education at the state and even national levels, which even I have done. Candidates should have attended state board meetings or legislative committee hearings to influence policy that too often is mandated from above. We have teachers in St. Tammany with PhDs who have written books on education policy and curriculum and who have traveled regularly to speak at national conferences. Let's consider a superintendent with similar experiences and expertise who could develop mutual admiration and respect between himself or herself and our educators. The best shot at achieving these goals is to expand this search with guidance from a professional research firm. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barrios. Next item on our agenda is the approval of the minutes for the committee as a whole meeting held on September 3rd, 2020. Do I have a motion? Ms. Page, Mr. Hersey with the second. Any questions from the board? Comments from the public? Let's please vote. That motion carries 14 yeas, 0 nays, 0 abstentions. Next item on our agenda is consideration of group life plan benefit amendment. Mr. Jabbia.
Thank you, Mr. Green, members of the board. Tonight, we're asking for a change in our life insurance plan, an amendment to that. We think it's an amendment that's going to be beneficial to all of our employees, something that they have not had the opportunity to use in the past. So I've asked our insurance consultant, Mr. Lynn Fontaine from Hub International, to come here to make a presentation to you tonight and tell you what our plans are, and we would like for your approval for this amendment. Mr. Fontaine.
Good evening. Len Fontaine, Hub International. I've served as your benefit consultant for several years. Good to be here. Very good to be here. We have been with Voya Life Insurance since 2017. The benefit schedule on your life insurance really modeled the Office of Group Benefits when we left several years ago. That benefit schedule has not been amended since then. Since that time, with the growth of the system and turnover, different things like that, administering this benefit has become quite tedious in that it is your first level of benefit. The system provides $5,000 of coverage to the employee, and then there's a $45,000 maximum voluntary benefit that's based on 1.5 times salary. The 1.5 times salary provides for a lot of additional administration burden because each person has a different benefit. And obviously, when salary changes, that needs to be updated as well. So we wanted to look for a benefit design that did not increase cost, improve choice, and that's what we're proposing tonight. The employees that are currently participating in that voluntary life would have a choice of $25,000, $35,000, or $45,000, just set amounts. No type of underwriting to go through. It's all guaranteed issue. Does not increase the rate or anything like that. Actually, this was gave us the ability to negotiate with Voya, our current carrier, and bypass a rate increase for our basic life this year. In addition to that, we are offering the employees a supplemental life program where they can buy increments of $10,000 of coverage, a minimum of $20,000, all the way up to $300,000, but more importantly, a guarantee issue amount of $150,000 without any type of medical questions, guaranteed issue coverage. Coverage is portable, coverage is convertible, and it does not provide for any type of increased cost to the board. Your $5,000 of basic coverage is not changing, just changing to provide more choice, ease of administration, and to also provide for longevity of the current basic rates that we have.
So
Okay,
I'm sorry, Mr. Green, what we're asking is your approval for this program, which will give our employees more flexibility. We didn't want to limit an employee based on his salary or her salary, how much life insurance they could get. We wanted to leave that option open to them. We thought that was a better option for them. Just because somebody does not make as much money, maybe they have the funds to be able to provide or need more life insurance. And so we wanted to be able to do that. So we have 3 increments, as Mr. Fontaine said, 25, 35, 45, and then even above that. And those would be amounts that we would participate in like we do now. They pay half the premium, we pay half the premium. Anything over that, they would pay the entire premium, but it would be at the group rate, which is a very good rate. Correct. So that's what we're asking for tonight. And this would go into effect for January 1. We would communicate with every employee that already has this, and we give them the option of which one they would want.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jabbia. To open up discussion, do I have a motion? Ms. Richardson makes that motion. Mr. Loop seconds that. Any board comments? Mr. Hersey.
A question for Mr. Javier. The only thing correct me if I'm wrong, what I'm looking at, the only thing we're really changing is the 1.5% annual earnings cap that was put on there by adding this additional funds and allowing to purchase additional supplemental life plans. That's the 2 changes?
That's correct. We're doing away with the 1.5 times your salary, where that would limit the amount you could get, and we're giving 3 different
Gotcha.
levels that you can take, and then above that, you can purchase more at the group rate. Yes, sir.
Thank you for the clarification,
Got it.
sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Kuzan.
No, sir. No, sir. It'd be actives only. I'm sorry.
Mr. Derman.
Thank you, Mr.
Let me, if I could, to clarify Mr. Kuzan's question. If somebody is active now and they retire, then this plan is going to go ahead and reflect what they could do. They could still do it, okay? But somebody who's currently retired, they would not be eligible for this.
Okay, that's really kind of my question, is whether or not the plan is portable. After your employment is either retired or terminated or move on, is the plan transferable as far as individually?
The plan is both portable and convertible.
So,
In addition to that, there's one other improvement that we wanted to mention. Currently, all group life plans have an age reduction schedule. Some of them are 3-tier that they start to reduce at 65, then again at 70. Most of them terminate at a certain age. There's no termination on this, and we've actually reduced the age reduction schedule to just 1 reduction at age 65 instead of 2. So that's an improvement as well.
okay, Lynn, so what I'm basically saying, so everybody can understand it, it's a group plan, but it's actually individual policies that are, individually owned and can be transported outside the group.
It's a group plan, but there's both a portability stipulation and a conversion stipulation, and it's truly portable like an individual plan.
Right, good, thank you.
Ms. Richardson.
I love the new idea, Mr. Jabbia. I was just curious, when you said the district, we make our contribution, correct? Did I hear that right?
Yes, we do. We contribute to their life insurance just like we do with the health insurance.
Now, and I was just curious with the change, what does that mean for us financially? Is that how much more of a cost? I think it's a great investment, so I'm just curious.
Yeah, we looked at it, according to Mr. Fontaine, he's done the calculation, very minimal cost. It's just going to depend on what they choose, but we don't see it being very significant at all, because those rates are really a real good rate, group rates. So we're just talking, a lot of cases, pennies.
So the rate per thousand has not changed, and the average of the total participation right now is a little over 40,000. So everybody would have to choose 45 for it to be an increase, and if that happened, the increase to the system would be about $1,800 a month.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate it.
Ms. Lamy.
the people who currently have the policy, will they have an open enrollment plan for teachers who do not currently have it but may elect to next year, or it's just, if you're not in?
No, you have to be in.
Okay, that's what I was.
Yes.
You have to be currently participating for the 25, 35, or 45, but there's an open enrollment for the supplemental life, the increments of 10 up to the 300,000 guarantee issue of 150.
And the supplemental's not under that 50/50
No,
contribution.
that's 100% voluntary to the employee.
Right. That's why the
Correct.
cost really isn't going up.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other board members have comments or questions? Any from the public? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Fontaine.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and vote on this motion to approve a change for our group life plan. That motion carries 14 yeas, 0 nays, and 0 abstentions. Moving on in our agenda is consideration of a resolution relative to equity, diversity, and inclusion. Do I have a motion? Mr. Kuzan?
Wait, before I do the motion,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to expound on a little bit what I feel is the difference between equality and equity. We're giving out Chromebooks to a class, and then when the teacher give all the students a Chromebook, to me, that's equality. Now, when the teacher explains how to use that Chromebook and to make sure that they have Wi-Fi at home so that they can use it and understand the lesson, to me, that's equity. So I know that there's been a lot of discussion about equity and equality, and I wanted to kind of expound on that a little bit as to what I thought to make sure it was understood. But before I read, before I read the resolution that I have, I would like to explain that the proposed equity, diversity, and inclusion resolution I'm introducing would appoint a consultant to evaluate the present policy to develop a plan for the district. This is a resolution. It is not a policy that we're voting on, okay? Want to make sure that everyone understands that. Now, the resolution that I put together reads as follows. The resolution of the St. Tammany Parish School Board approving the engagement of an experienced external consultant from outside of the district to evaluate and develop a strategic equity action plan to ensure that discrimination does not affect outcomes and experiences for our students and our employees. And I so move.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Kuzan, second by Ms. Richardson. Any comments from the board? Mr. Nation.
Well, thank you, Mr. Green, and I'll begin by saying, this, of course, is not the resolution that, was submitted to the public. That's certainly all right. So Mr. Kuzan's right to, I guess, to change the resolution he's offering, but I still rise in opposition to his resolution as well as to the resolution that was proposed and is on board docs. And I'm asking each of the committee members to join me in this opposition. We need to send a clear message that the philosophical and political foundation of any equity resolution is profoundly inconsistent with the most basic principles of the great American democratic experiment: equal opportunity, equality under the law, impartiality, success based on one's merit and the content of their character and not the color of their skin or any other immutable characteristic with which one may be born. Any resolution regarding equity and not equality is backwards and irreconcilable with the principles that I hold dear. If we pass even Mr. Kuzan's resolution to engage in an outside consultant, we are accepting the premise that this school system is institutionally and systemically racist. Furthermore, we are without question agreeing, if we agree with that principle, that the system needs to be dismantled and rebuilt on the newly laid foundation based on equity and not based on equality. So this board needs to be prepared to develop and implement a plan that accomplishes this goal, to dismantle the school system and rebuild it, should we choose to even engage in a consultant, because the end goal would be the same, to adopt some type of equity policy. Because as has been presented to us for the past couple of months by members of the public that are in support of this, we have heard that we need to examine if this school system is systemically racist. And there's no way to end systemic racism except to tear down systems. That's why the term systemic racism includes the word systemic. Whether that system is this school system or the 244-year-old system that we call our constitutional republic, to agree that this system even may be systemically racism is to be prepared to tear down the system, because to do otherwise would be to perpetuate the systemic racism in and of itself. There's no reforming a systemically racist system. There's no tweaking around the edges. This is a zero-sum game. If we pass even Mr. Kuzan's resolution to engage in a consultant with the end goal, of course, to have an equity policy, our work to dismantle this school system would, by necessity, have to include a system-wide re-education of our employees, our students, so that they may recognize and accept, depending on which racial group to which they belong, some of them have unfairly benefited from a system that was built to privilege them and not others. Some belong to an oppressor class, they would say. Some belong to the oppressed class. If we pass any resolution to engage even a consultant to entertain the notion of an equity policy, we're accepting that this system is institutionally and systemically racist. We are stating without equivocation that there are some among us who deserve more and some who deserve less. And all of this based on immutable characteristics of birth or ancestry. That is the most basic definition of equity. Some deserve more and others deserve less. RISE, the national nonprofit whose mission is to educate and empower the sports community to eliminate racial discrimination and champion social justice and improve racial relations, offers this definition of equity. Quote, equity recognizes that everyone doesn't begin in the same place in society. Some people face adverse conditions and circumstances, making it more challenging with the same effort to achieve the same goals. Equity advocates for those who may have been historically disadvantaged, making it difficult for them to be successful. What is quote-unquote fair as it relates to equity isn't a question of what is the same, but rather the point from which a person begins. Equity takes into account historical and other factors in determining what is fair, end quote. My fellow committee members, please do not be confused. Equity and equality are fundamentally different concepts. As we heard from a member of the public at our board meeting in Slidell, and I quote, "You may say we have equality and discrimination laws to address this issue, and I would agree, but we do not have an equity policy which is different. Equality refers to equal opportunity, but equity goes a step further by offering the levels of support needed to achieve fairness of outcomes," end quote. If we entertain any notion to adopt an equity policy or resolution to advance this conversation, we are, as I continue to say, accepting or prepared to accept at least the foundational premise that this school system is institutionally and systemically racist. And by doing so, we are committing this school system to step away, to leave behind the exceptionally American democratic principle of equal opportunity for individuals towards the fundamentally undemocratic principle of equal outcomes. We are introducing to our system and to our school children extreme partiality of one group over another, however those groups are defined now or in the future. I ask this committee to reject this unnecessary and divisive concept, which will serve only to weaken this great school system. And do not be fooled into believing that by adopting this or any other resolution regarding equity, that we're making a strong stand to end racism, when in fact we will actually be condoning it and implementing it. Finally, as I said to a good friend at lunch last week, I personally reaffirm my commitment as a board member to maintain this system based on the American democratic principles of equal opportunity and impartiality, which I believe are codified in our existing school system policies and exercised, maybe not perfectly, but exercised in good faith in school system practices. And I would be surprised if we weren't close to being perfect. I call on my fellow board members or fellow committee members tonight to join me in the same reaffirmation to the American democratic principles of equal opportunity and impartiality. Reject this unnecessary and divisive concept. In so doing, we will issue a clear, unambiguous statement to parents, to students, to employees, and to the entire citizenry of St. Tammany Parish that we are worthy of the solemn duty to offer equally and without prejudice the opportunity for every child, every day, to receive a quality education from one of the best school systems in the country. And with that, I yield the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Nation. Mr. Betancourt.
Is that on? Yeah. Thank you. I was prepared to hear this, which I saw on board docs for the agenda, and I didn't hear everything Mr. Kuzan said. Do you have copies of that where I can see it?
Mr. Kuzan, maybe it would be worth, would you mind, it wasn't too long of a piece. Would you mind repeating your resolution?
Okay, the resolution that I've asked reads as follows. The resolution of the St. Tammany Parish School Board approving the engagement of an experienced external consultant from outside of the district to evaluate and develop a strategic equity action plan to ensure that discrimination does not affect outcomes and experiences for our students and our employees. And that's all I'm asking. I'm not talking about dismantling the system that I've read 5 or 6 times in a prepared statement. This system is not going to be dismantled by this. It's only going to help perfect it. You want your children and your grandchildren to be equitably treated, to be everyone have a right to the tree of life. Okay? We all born the same way. So some of the things that I'm thinking is that the person can come in and evaluate what we have. If they come in and say, hey, what you got is great, we don't have to do anything. But let an outsider come in and say that. Okay? Let's evaluate these policies. Okay? And we're not trying to change anything. Okay? We're not trying to dismantle the St. Tammany Parish School Board. We're trying to make it better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kuzan. Mr. Betancourt?
Yeah, well, I have a question of why was what I read on board docs and stuff different than what you just presented?
Okay, well, what,
Is that a sleight of hand or something, or?
here's the thing. When you get an outside consultant to come in, they'll look at every aspect, okay? That is not that's not what I'm proposing, okay? What I'm proposing is what I said. But an outside consultant will review everything. And then they'll come up with a plan and say, hey, this is what we feel is the best thing that should go, best possible outcome, okay? That's all I'm saying.
Mr. Kuzan, I understand what you're saying. What I'm asking is why is that different than what we have on our, as an agenda item, and when you go to it, it's basically this resolution, and that's not what you just read. But on our agenda, it said Mr. Kuzan was gonna present
So I guess let me clarify for
what they
maybe
showed us.
parliamentary procedure. Mr. Kuzan has offered a substitute motion to the
That's what I meant.
agenda, which is his amended resolution to what's before us. We can,
Let's not even consider the draft that you're looking at right now, Mr. Betancourt, because whoever comes in, they're gonna be an expert on it, basically, whoever's chosen. And then they will come up with what you need to see there before you make a vote on it, okay? So that is all I have to say.
Can I ask a question? I'm confused. I came here tonight to discuss the resolution that was put out, so.
She's out of order.
yep, I'm sorry, you're out of order.
You're out of order.
There will be an appropriate time for public comment, but right now, it's an opportunity for the board members. I'm just questioning what we're doing, because I didn't waste my time.
Ms. Richardson.
Do I still have the floor?
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Richardson, Mr. Betancourt still has the floor. Sorry,
Okay.
apologize.
I guess somewhere down the road, I may not be opposed to that, but at this point in time, without having had a whole lot of internal discussions and communications, we've gotten stuff from Mrs. Vander, okay, and, to me, this is a little bit like putting the cart before the horse. We're to assume that it's time that we have an outside expert look at us when we're not really sure that that's needed at this time. I think we need to do some more, maybe internal inspections, and then maybe get to that point of, oh, well, what's best would be to bring in a non-biased expert or whatever from the outside. That's just kind of what my feelings are at this point. Thank you.
Ms. Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Green. And Mr. Betancourt, I do agree, we've got to take a look at our data in our system, and I've actually begun that process. I've requested some data so I can see where we're having some, just from my perspective, an analytical review of where we do have inequalities, because right now I don't know where that's happening. But I am very much in favor of a resolution that brings in a consultant, and I want to explain why. Because over the last few weeks, I've been called a Marxist, a socialist, and I assure you I am none of those things. I am a God-loving, fearing Republican, and I love my nation, and I love the democracy that we live in. For those who know me, I'm absolutely passionate about education. I've mentioned this before, and it's necessary at this time because, with all due respect, Mr. Nation, you just said it's backwards. I would like to explain to you some facts. Switzerland, Finland, Japan, Canada, guess what they have in common? They have the highest, let me say again, the highest scores, PISA scores, that their students absolutely rank on a global scale. When they isolated why they are number one, do you know what one of those variables were? They were equitable. They are the most equitable education system on our planet. So To call us near perfect, I struggle with that. We have 50 states last time I checked. And I mean this respectfully. Folks, we're sitting at 50, 49, I don't even remember. It's 49 or 50. Our state, Louisiana, 49, 50. And guess where we rank? This parish right here that was just called near perfect, 18. I'm sorry, I take a lot of pride in this district. I see a lot of potential, but we have got to stop filling ourselves up with all this false information. It is inappropriate, it is dishonest, and I do not appreciate it. My constituents deserve to hear the truth. We are not perfect, and we have got to learn to have the tough discussions. We've got to be honest with ourselves where we are so we can fix it. Let me tell you something. I do struggle with the idea that we would say we have an institutional racist issue. I think we've got some bad apples. And how do I know that? Because the brave souls that stood at that podium right there and told us what they experienced from administrators, teachers, students. And I'm sorry that they had those experiences, but I do believe that this district is good. Mr. Jabby, I saw your heart moved by some of the people who spoke. I know you care. And I really mean that. We may disagree on a lot of things, but I know you care. You guys, this resolution, this idea of bringing in a constituent is not about racism. It is about equality. You know, another comment that was made is, oh my gosh, if we did this, we'd have to re-educate our staff, our stakeholders, our administrators. You're right. You're right, we do. Because you know what? What I've heard so far, some of these board members still don't understand the difference between equity and equality. I'm a female. I love to shop. I love shoes. And the best way I know to tell you is equality is going to make sure everybody in our district gets a pair of shoes. But equity is going to make sure that you get a pair of shoes that actually fit. See, it's all about individualized education. Because every person in this room and in that overflow room, every one of us learn different. And we have a unique set of skills. And you know what? The best teachers are the ones who know how to differentiate. And yes, they work harder than anybody else. But that's what equity is. So if the big dogs in education that are not, unfortunately, America at this time, are sitting in the top 5, and we're sitting at the 49th, 50th spot in the country, and we're number 18 in the state, I think we owe it to ourselves to bring in a consultant who can educate us. I stand behind you, Mr. Kuzan, because what I know this resolution does, if you took the time to actually read it, it is data-driven. That means I'm not inserting my opinion. We're going to pull data to help us answer the tough questions. It's objective. And guys, we've got to start being honest about where we are. We need the raw data to help us isolate these things. And we've got to isolate where inequities are. Inequities are. See, because here's the deal. I heard administrators stand up at that podium and say, I didn't get my first pick, I didn't get my second pick, I don't even think I got my 5th pick. I have a hunch the numbers are going to show us that some of the schools get more financial assistance than others, and it's not the ones who have the most at risk. That's what equity does. Why is that a bad thing, and why do we dare call it racism? I have a serious problem with this. We are so afraid to be honest with us about where we really stand. We've got to be willing to hear the good, the bad, and the ugly. And I want to believe we have more good than bad. But it does take courage. And that's what I'm asking this board to do, is to show some courage. Don't buy into the garbage that has been rolled out, quite frankly, from the RPEC. It's not okay, and it's not true. And everything in that resolution, if you read it, I assure you, it is not about institutional racism. In fact, I applaud Dr. Karen Vander for rethinking, stepping back, and pulling out those concepts and letting us focus on what equity is about. Because you do realize, whether it's a special needs child, they have a unique set of needs. Do you know that gifted children, sometimes we neglect them? They deserve they deserve equity. You have children with different needs of neglect, different ways of thinking. They have different stimulus. All equity is about is literally, if I could in the most simplest way tell you, it is about creating an individual education plan for each and every child so that they succeed. Let's be brave. Let's have courage. We've got to stop being afraid of asking for help, for asking for opinions. A consultant is going to help us identify these things. It's not going to isolate us into this institutionally racist organization that I absolutely do not believe we are. It's going to educate us. And I think it's going to actually teach not only this board, but all staff members, all administrators, all stakeholders, even our community. And by the way, I think over 300 emails have poured in. I am so proud of you guys for showing an interest in what's going on. But we need someone to help us navigate these waters. And you know what? I think it's going to make us better. It's going to make us stronger. And in the end, I'd like to see our state ranking soar. So please show courage. Please educate yourself as to the true difference between inequality and equity. And yes, take the time to listen to an outside objective opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Richardson. Ms. Lamey.
Can you hear me? Okay. I don't have a speech prepared. Y'all were both really, really convincing and good. I'm going to try to speak from my heart very quickly. So the draft that we have in front of us is no longer what we're voting on, just what he said, or did you only read the first paragraph?
No, I believe that we have an
Okay,
amended
because I heard them saying
motion.
just first, okay, I just want
Yeah.
to make sure. Because what I want to say, first of all, is that I've made really good friends, people for the good of Slidell. I respect them, I admire them, and I was very upset by the comments that have been made about the connections to all of these terrorist groups and all these different things, which just aren't true. But anyway, so I also want to say that before this, I felt like I worked in the system for all this time. I've worked from Cypress Cove to Brock to Florida Avenue to Bonnie Cole, so it's a very diverse, and I really hadn't witnessed any kind of racism. I'm not black, and I had not seen it, felt it, but when I watched in my hometown, I saw it, and I heard it, and it broke my heart. Until we started talking about this policy and started having conversations, and then people like me, who are Republicans, who love the Lord, showed the most hatred, volatile attitudes, comments, because of a conversation. And it was so hurtful for me to swallow that pill, because I know where to stand firm, and I know where to stand on God's word and on his truth, and that we're not to back down. But we are never told to be ugly and hateful, and I saw so much of that. It was terrible. So I do know that it does exist. I think the inequities we have, though, are more between our schools, one school to another, programs, funds, equipment, that sort of thing. My biggest problem, and I'm going to say this because I 1,000% support equity, I almost, like you said, any good teacher, that is what every teacher does every day. So if you say that we're not to do that, well, then the child in the wheelchair, guess what? He's going to sit in a desk like everybody else. I mean, come on, it doesn't even make sense. We meet a child's needs where they are. It's not about color, it's about their need. If they don't bring their supplies to school, we give them supplies. That is equity. It's not about lowering the standards. It's not about, let's get 3 black people, 3 Spanish. I'm not okay with that. I'm not okay with hiring somebody based on skin color, ever, because that's wrong. I feel that in the past, like summer, the new administrators we had were the most phenomenal people and deserved those positions. But if they thought that they were hired because of their skin color, I don't think they would be very happy. I was elected to this board, and I was the only female running, and I hope that it was not because I was a female, but because I was a teacher who was very passionate about education. And so there are lots of parts of the policy or of the resolution initially that I couldn't wrap my head around because I don't agree with those things. I don't believe in lowering numbers or making special accommodations to get different diverse children in a gifted program. But you know what I do agree with? If their parents are not involved and their parents are not going to write a note and say, can you screen my child? We need to pay extra attention to the kids who maybe they're acting out in behavior, but academically they might qualify, and we need to get them tested. Those are the kinds of things that are required for equity. That's what a teacher does to make sure that everybody's getting a fair chance. So I just wanted to say that I do believe we have a lot of room for growth. There are pieces and parts of this that I wouldn't agree with. I don't think it's ever bad to have someone come in and evaluate. That's why we do ridiculous compass, but important teacher observations. We want to see what the teachers are doing in there with those kids, how they're doing it, and we give them constructive criticism, we give them positive feedback, and we give them room to grow. And that wouldn't hurt any system or any organization. So I just wanted to share that. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Lamey. Any other comments? Mr. Betancourt?
Yes, thank you. I want to ask Mrs. Richardson a question. Would I be close if I said equity is the practice of providing varying levels of support based on an individual need or ability? Is that somewhere close? All right. With that in mind, I would like to ask Ms. Lemaine about some of the programs that we have in place and have had them in place for quite some time. Could you tell us just a little bit about what is a 504 accommodation?
504 accommodation is when...
You might need to
Ms.
go
Lamey,
so
yes,
everybody
if you
can hear
would
you.
approach the podium, yeah, use a mic, that's fine.
A 504...
Louis, you gotta get us some better microphones.
504 is when a student has certain characteristics and they need accommodations within the regular class setting, and we develop plans and work with those students based on those individual needs.
All right, what is Title I?
Title I is where we look at the number of free or reduced.
Hey, you want this?
Ms. Lamine, why don't you use the podium? Thank you.
Title I is when we look at the free and reduced numbers at a school and determine, we look, rank those schools based on the highest percentages of free and reduced, or, students who would be considered to be at risk based on low socioeconomic, and we provide additional funding based on those percentages so that we can have intervention programs and support, additional support for those schools.
All right, what would a gifted program, what would that be?
A gifted program is when a child has an IQ that is at least, I think it's like 2 or 3 standard deviations above the mean, and they would qualify for additional services in the way of gifted courses that would be accelerated curriculum.
So that kind of goes back to where I said, based on an individual need or ability.
Correct.
In that case, a gifted program is aimed at the ability.
At the
maybe an
ability, based
extra.
on the IQ.
Okay, what about early childhood and pre-K? I know we have that in place.
Right. So the early childhood program, the pre-K, is based on the applicants of, the families trying to get their students into that program, and it's based on the household income, and we take those students that are in most need, that they have to actually qualify, by those standards of qualifying for the free or reduced lunch programs. And any student, any slots that were available after that would be at a paid price for, those who didn't qualify for those free or reduced lunch programs.
And don't we also have, if not universally, certainly at a lot of schools, after-school tutoring?
After-school tutoring, yes. Most of our schools, and especially those schools that are Title I, they have a lot more funds that go into those types of programs because of the students that,
Seems like that is a little bit of equity when you're providing an extra layer of support. Wait, I'm not done with you. And let's get into away from the students for a second. What about professional development? Wouldn't that qualify as some sort of equity? You're trying to build up a teacher maybe that's not as experienced, and you're developing them.
Right.
You're giving them extra help.
Right, we do, and especially like our new teachers that come on board, we have, additional supports in place for those new teachers to try to build them up, because they may not have the years of experience, as the other teachers.
Okay, I'm done with this guy. Thank you, Ms. Lemaine. My point is, the emails that I've gotten hundreds of that ask for, the system needs to identify and address, this says inequities or areas that need improvement. And I'm pointing out that we have, if you want to call them equity programs or help programs, whatever you want to label it, all of that. Do we have, one more question, we have more than just what I mentioned, right?
Yes, sir.
All kinds of buku stuff. We have a lot of plans in place that qualify as equity. All right, we're doing that. And we're constantly, I would think, we're constantly trying to get better at it. Would that be an accurate statement? Okay, so we're not sitting on our hands, and this stuff does exist. It's out there in our schools. We need to get better at it in a lot of areas, possibly so. That's one reason why I say, let's look at it internally, and you referred to, you're already compiling some data, rather than automatically assuming we need someone from the outside. Let's get to the point where we say we need it, rather than just putting the cart before the horse and doing it, okay? To me, that's just a little bit more common sense way of approaching something. But my point is, we're doing all this stuff. And by the way, about all these hundreds of emails, I thank everybody I thank everybody for sending them, and I tried to answer a whole bunch of them. I did not answer each and every one. Every time I'd get done, I'd look, oh, there's 26 more. Do those, oh, there's another 37. But anyway, we're identifying and addressing the areas in our system that need improvement. We need to gather some more data and stuff and get to the point where we see, holy smokes, we better get somebody from outside and come have a look at this and see what we can do better or whatever. But this is just something to lighten it up a little bit. One of the emails was from a gentleman. He said, I agree with Plato, who said education should be the top priority of any state or nation, and in our case, school system. And it just dawned on me that Plato was one of the few people that I didn't get an email from, and I was kind of appreciative of that.
Thank you, Mr. Betancourt.
But anyway, we could talk some more about this, but we're doing a lot of what the emails that I got asked us to do. Thank you.
Mr. Durman.
Thank you, Mr. Green. It was scary. I actually kind of understood what Ron was saying, so it's pretty unusual at times. But I just, I would like to hear from the public a little bit to get some feel from that aspect before, we really, give up the floor, I guess, completely as far as board members in discussion. And I don't know if other board members want to talk, but I'd like to hear some from the public if we.
I would agree, too. I'll let Mr. Kuzan have the last word before we do that.
Yes. Every program that you suggested just now are data-driven. And they're driven by opinions. And sometimes those opinions can be one-sided. A consultant opinion wouldn't be one-sided. All the programs that you mentioned the people performing those programs can be opinionated, okay? So therefore, we need someone to look into it to make sure that every child who deserves to be in the gifted program is there. Every child who needs to be in a wheelchair or who needs special services need to be there, not just a select few. That is why you need a consultant. Thank you.
Mr. Luke.
Yeah, I'll try and finish up real quick. Mrs. Lamy, you are a teacher.
Yes, sir.
Did you try to have every student in your class taught on an individual basis the best you could to help him? And if they weren't, if they needed outside sources, you saw if you could get them in there? Thought so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Luke. We are now going to move to public comments. Again, to remind everyone, we have a number of people that have signed up for 5 minutes, an hour and a half worth. Then there's 3 minutes, and then there's other public comments. I am going to hold the public to a strict 5-minute time limit. I would just ask that you respect that and respect the people in this room and the people waiting in the atrium and outside to speak, that you do that. So with that being said, one of 18 people signed up for 5 minutes. Our first one, Ms. Karen Vander.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I am Karen Vander, representing the For the Good of Slidell Education Action Team. Before I go over the few slides you have before you, you should each have, I want to address the elephant in the room. The 2-page document with talking points that has been circulating around social media and email about our group. We are not a far left, right, or center political group. The only seeds we're planting are ones that involve helping all children, not just some. We are not trying to move beyond equal opportunity to equal outcomes, because there's no such thing as equal outcomes when it comes to educating children. What equity does is creates fairness and gives all children a chance for success. We are not trying to undermine and destroy our great school system, because the last time I checked, we were number 18 in the state. If anything, addressing equity will take us back to the top. And lastly, we are not a part of an organization, Black Lives Matter, or any other organization. We are a grassroots team made up of parents, educators, and those interested in making our school system even better. Now let's talk about the resolution. I met for a second time with Mr. Javia, and we thought the best approach was to go with a resolution, because we thought that there was an opportunity for us to get someone in here outside to look at the data. And yes, you mentioned all of these programs, but they are not being equally given to the children. There's not equity there. That's what we're asking for, equity. So if you turn to the slides, I'm going to just skip over because we've given enough examples of what equity means. So let's talk about the slide that has this list of students with disabilities. So it says in 2019, 27 of the 55 schools in this district are labeled as urgent intervention needed or required for students with disabilities. That's 49% of the schools in this district. If you look a little closer, you'll notice of that 27, 19 are schools on the east side of the parish. Slidell, Pearl River, Lacombe. That's 70%. It calls into question whether inequities exist. But we want to know, if we don't look at it, how are we going to know without looking deeper? Go to the next chart. Those are the other areas of urgent intervention, with the majority of the schools, again, on the east side of the parish. Don't you want to know why this data look like this and how the school system intends to fix it? This goes beyond providing the Louisiana Department of Education information that's minimal. The next chart, it shows more data that should make you pause and even wonder if this is a true reflection of our student population. Some things to ponder. Do you think Black and Hispanic students are not as smart as white students? Do you think that there are more Black and Native American students with disabilities compared to other races? Why wouldn't you want a team to dig deeper to find out if there are some inequities in the evaluation process? Or determine how we can better serve these students if indeed these numbers are correct? So let's look at the next chart. Students of color make up 30% of this district, but only have 10% teachers of color. I keep hearing we hire the most qualified. Well, last I checked, coming out of college, you need a degree and a certification. Being at the top of your class does not mean you're going to be a great teacher. Passing the praxis exam is nothing to take lightly, and you need that to be a teacher in this parish. Students in medical school are on a pass-fail system. Do you ask your doctor, were they at the top of their class when they check you out? I doubt it. In the history of this school system, we have never had a person of color serve in a cabinet position, which is the top 4 positions in this district. And don't say we haven't had highly qualified candidates of color, because that would simply be not true. So what you don't see on this chart is that 27 schools on the east side of the parish, out of that 27, 23 have more than 20% student of color. Of the 23, 22 of them rank at a B or C level in 2019, and 10 of them being a C. That is simply unacceptable. I saw you give it an eye. Can I finish my last statement? I'm sure you're familiar with the phrase, you're only as strong as your weakest link. I think we all want our school system to be one of the best again. So why don't you want to look deeper into this data and figure out how we can make it successful for all children? I'm done.
Thank you, Ms. Vander. Thank you, Ms. Vander. Next on our list is Dr. Burks.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Just to be transparent, my doctoral degree is in nursing practice. I'm a registered nurse. I'm a product of this school system, a North Shore High School graduate to be exact. I'm a parent of children in a system and a tax-paying citizen of St. Tammany Parish. I support the equity resolution because I feel like, as a parish, we should use data to improve practices and support all children. My child is currently on an out-of-district waiver due to his IEP. As Mr. Bethencourt mentioned, he was in a Title I school, but his Title I school cannot support his needs. So now he's at Cypress Cove, doing wonderful. So I think that kind of speaks to a little bit about the difference between the schools and resources. They didn't have the resources. I've been blessed to work with pupil appraisal and amazing teachers throughout the process, but it's evident that the schools have different resources. The school's administrators looked at me and told me their hands were tied as we requested to follow the doctor's recommendations because she didn't have the resources to do so. I support building an inclusive environment for students as well as staff. Over 400 letters in support have been sent to the school board members, totaling 6,150 letters. My request is that you do not dismiss the voices of your constituents, which have appeared here to make public comments in the midst of a pandemic, or emailed you in support. I know a few board members have been bullied to vote against this work, but I would ask you to look in your hearts and do what's right for all children you represent. Please listen to the subjective as well as objective information you have been presented to support investing in a person to review the issues impacting our students, whether due to gender, race, disability, or socioeconomic status. I'm going to kind of go off script a little bit. I've heard a lot about race. We have a socioeconomic problem also. We've heard the differences in the East and the West. So I would challenge you to not make this a race issue. Race is a piece of it. Socioeconomics is a piece of it. I would hope that we were looking at gender equity and also disabilities. We have kids with disabilities. Like someone mentioned, a child that needs a wheelchair, I'm not going to tell them to get up and walk because they can't. So I know this has been politicized, which really breaks my heart because at the root of this, it's children. So I really would just like to ask you to look into your hearts and hire an outside person. What's the worst that can happen? They look at our information. They tell us we're doing a great job. That's wonderful. Or they look at our information and they say, this is how you can improve. That doesn't hurt us. That doesn't hurt us as a parish. We're 18. When I was in school at North Shore High, we were not 18. So I'm really asking you to look at this with a non-biased view, with open eyes, and just look at it to help our children in our parish. In my profession, for each patient based on their needs to achieve optimal care, I treat them differently. That's the only way I can think about this resolution. The request is to hire someone to review data to support the school system in ensuring we are meeting the needs of all students. I've seen comments from our pupil appraisal team stating they have reviewed the trends and would welcome support in identifying root causes. What we could lose by helping those identify data as needing assistance, what could we lose? And this is about children. Thank you. Get my mask back on. Thanks, everybody. Record time, a minute left.
Thank you, Dr. Burks. Next is Ms. Patricia Stout.
Good evening, I'm Patricia Stout from Mandeville. My husband is a combat veteran and we are patriots. To each of you, I thank you for your service to our community and for hearing our voices on this pressing issue. My background is in mental health and systems theory, and I disagree in the zero-sum approach to systems and that systems cannot be changed. I challenge the idea also that anyone got to where you are solely on your own individual merit, and I suggest that we are all part of the social systems. My background is in mental health. I'm a licensed clinical social worker in private practice and in our community, and a board-approved clinical supervisor. I know how important education is. My mother was a teacher and a tutor. Until her death in May, she worked tirelessly to bring literacy equity into schools and uplift minority and special needs students. I know she would not rest in peace unless I spoke up in strong support of this resolution. I worked at 4 of our public schools for several years as a mental health provider in Mandeville, Pearl River, and Slidell, from grades 1 through 12, usually at 2 or more schools each week. I noticed in my work that some of the schools in our parish were like walking into different countries. The buildings and grounds, the resources, the materials, the attitudes of those in authority, the freshness of the teachers, the extra programs, and the apparent aptitude of the children were notably disparate across schools. This was commonly noted by my other colleagues. I was so saddened by some of the conditions I saw in some of our school in relation to others and what I heard were the best schools in the state, and I could not help notice that this discrepancy was apparent along racial lines and class lines. It was clear to me that children across our parish did not have a comparable chance for success in our schools. An independent evaluation by an equity consultant would give us assurance of our progress and how we can address our blind spots to improve even more. As you said, Mr. Derman, to Ms. Lamy, she had never, maybe it was you, Mr. Loop, she had never noticed before what she cannot notice as a white person. So she is treating students in ways that, she hasn't known some other ways to do it because we all have blind spots. If I had not been a mental health provider, I would have only seen the inside of my son's Blue Ribbon School in Mandeville, and I would not have known. So public perception might not match the breadth of disparity across our parish education system. The fact that this resolution is so controversial highlights the need for it. We can all agree that polarization in our nation is increasing and differences of all kinds are strongly reacted to. Adults are having trouble reckoning with this. Surely kids are affected as well. During these times, it's more important than ever to take a close look at how to protect everyone from discrimination. While there are many types of equities that this resolution seeks to address, I don't mean to disagree with the doctor, but I'd like to speak to the racial aspect. There is a lot of fear and resistance in facing racial issues, but the demographics in our country are changing, and rather than be left behind, our parish has the opportunity to be a leader in this courageous endeavor. One of you said last night, if we have clarity about equity, it ultimately protects the school board as well as the employees and all of the students. A place of education should be the first place to put forth the truth. We should be courageous enough to teach what racially happened in our nation, like Germany is doing in their schools. We know that most bias is unconscious and that good people have unintended negative impacts. Sensitivity training that is well-informed and compassionate helps staff to become more aware of themselves and what they come to the table with. Building what some call racial stamina on these issues. Let me get the page. Building what some call racial stamina to be able to address these issues is needed. I'm learning that people of color feel a disproportionate burden in addressing these issues, and we all should address them together. It's time for all groups to be well represented, not only in teaching, but in decision-making positions, to bring a wealth of viewpoints and voices, and for our students to see more qualified role models who look like them, and for them to develop a self-perception and a reality of access to success in order to achieve their dreams and contribute meaningfully to society. I disagree with the binary zero-sum game. Educators and mental health professionals all alike know about developmental phases of children and that it's essential to build self-esteem and positive identity early and often. We know that failure to do so has lifelong effects on children's ability to learn and to thrive. When they're affected by discrimination or lack of appropriate resources for their style of learning, they develop internalized oppression and learned helplessness, and that's not what we want them to learn on our watch. There's no time like the present to develop a deep understanding. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Stout. Next is Ms. Christine Ford.
Good evening. To introduce myself, my name is Christine Ford. I live in Mandeville with my husband and my 3 children. During this pandemic, my 3 children are all going through 3 different learning experiences based on their individual needs. I am homeschooling my 2nd grader because he is autistic, he is gifted, and the school that he was at, someone talked about the gifted programs and the equity that's involved with that. His school did not have a qualified gifted teacher last year. From what I heard, it was pretty much regular curriculum with a couple projects here and there that were extra. So based on the current situation where people have to keep the kids safe and with his autism and his giftedness, I just didn't think that being in the school would work for him. I'm sending my very talkative 5-year-old to kindergarten because in her this developmental period of her life, she needs that more social interaction. So we weighed that option, and she's loving it so far. She asks to stay in aftercare so she can make her day even longer at school. My 5th grader has ADHD. So does my 2nd grader. We chose virtual for him. So I didn't make these decisions because they were easy. I chose them because I know that each student within my family has a specific need that's different from the others. And that is also true from family to family, from town to town, from parish to parish. I too attended St. Tammany Public Schools up until the 6th grade. My mother-in-law was a teacher at Cypress Cove. She retired as a librarian just like 6 or 7 years ago. As you can see, having 3 kids in 3 different learning environments proves that children within families have diverse needs. This is especially true among different families in different neighborhoods and different towns, as I said before. As you stated, equity is defined as a quality that is fair and impartial. Equity does not mean a handout. Equity does not ensure that all students get a passing grade or that they get into the university of their choice without putting in the work. Equity is a level playing field. The goal of this, I say policy, I know it's resolution now, is to seek out unnoticed disparities among the diverse population of our schools as those that are not affected by hurdles, so that they have the same opportunities to excel in their schools and communities as those that are not affected by hurdles, such as racial bias, unintentional or not, as well as socioeconomic status. As you said, they have the fairness policy that's in the bottom of every email from St. Tammany Parish employee. Will not discriminate based on race, sexual orientation, age, religion, whatever. That's not enough. That's just a statement. Those are just words. It's not action to me. I'm here to express that this is a start, but not a policy. A policy against discrimination is not the same as ensuring that every student has access to the same opportunities. A few years ago, St. Tammany hired an MHP for each school, and my son directly benefited from that the very first year that it happened, with his autism and his ADHD, and he was a major disruption in class, and still was last year. And at no fault of our own, we're just trying to figure out and navigate this through it with him and with the help of the school. Let's see. So with Dr. Jing's help at Woodlake Elementary, we didn't make that much progress while he was in school, but it was definitely a start before the pandemic and shut everything down. So how we can incorporate the equity resolution in with ADHD and autism and the needs of those students in the community. The face of ADHD is very white, but there are very, find my spot, in an article entitled "Children Left Behind," it was reported thousands of kids are being underdiagnosed and undertreated for ADHD due in large part to their ethnicity. How this resolution can help with that is that, yes, the teachers cannot diagnose ADHD, they cannot diagnose autism, but they can recognize the symptoms. As with my son's therapist, they say whether he has an autism diagnosis or not does not change that his treatment, we treat the behavior, we treat the symptoms. And the same thing that teachers would do. And yes, it would require some education, as teachers always do. They are always continuing their education to improve and keep up with modern practices and new information. I've got a lot more to say, but I don't have enough time. Sorry. So this does not require dismantling, as someone mentioned earlier. It requires amendments, just like the Constitution was amended. We did not dismantle the Constitution to give Black people or white people the right to vote and to right some previous wrongs. It's simply a step in the direction. Thank you.
They're up all the way. Just have to bring, if you can let everybody know to get as close to the mics as they can.
Yeah. As you approach the mic and begin speaking, please get as near the microphone as you can so that your voice is projected so everyone can hear. Our next speaker is Jamie Jacobson.
Good evening, everyone. Jamie Jacobson. I am a product of St. Tammany Parish School Systems. I am a retired nurse and a registered RN, and I also have grandchildren in the parish. I reject many of the efforts here today to say that this is not a dismantling of St. Tammany Parish school systems. It indeed is. I don't care what you say about it. If you are going to institute, now we're just discussing a resolution, but before I came in today, that's why I wanted to know, before I wasted everybody's time, I am discussing the actual proposal that was up, so keep that in mind when I do my discussion. I don't know about the proposal part of it, but I know that what is being proposed is not what St. Tammany stands for as far as equality. Equality is for all children of all colors, races, and creeds. I grew up in the poorest part of Folsom, in the poorest family probably in the town. I never experienced in my life anything but a pleasure to go to St. Tammany Parish School every single day. It was an absolute joy. I am so proud of the St. Tammany system and the things that you have done that has made me today an RN, outstanding in my field, and I'm very proud to be part of the St. Tammany Parish School System. So thank you for that. My grandchildren that are here today should not have to feel any guilt about coming up in St. Tammany Parish schools with a racial inequality that is trying to be proposed from what I understood today. There is no need for it. The children today are completely segregated. They see completely in colors. They don't see black and white. Any institution of an equality instead of equality is ridiculous. I'm sorry, that's just my opinion. I'm going to go through my things. We have enforcements today. In 2018, the Title 1711, discrimination is prohibited. The enforcement of that is through the LA Commissions of Human Rights. It enforces all laws in place prohibiting discrimination. Okay, we have been budgeted for all of these implementations already. Are we budgeted for this proposal? How much is this going to cost the St. Tammany Parish taxpayers? Do we know? How much is this consultation going to cost taxpayer dollars for something that we don't even know is a problem? That needs to be discussed for taxpayer dollars because they're not cheap. St. Tammany has an outstanding school curriculum of the 2019 and overall grade A. So I disagree with Ms. Richardson on that we're a terrible system. No, we're not. Maybe Louisiana might be at the bottom, but St. Tammany is at the top. We're number 3. Okay? Overall academics, A+. Teachers, A-. Diversity, A-. College prep, B+. Safety and health, B+. We are doing excellent in St. Tammany. Can we improve? Always. Always. But I think we can tweak, but I don't think we need to dismantle. I trust the teachers of St. Tammany. I trust each and every teacher in St. Tammany that they go to school every day, like a nurse, to take care of their charges. To say that we need something else, to say that's not true, that the teachers of St. Tammany are not doing their job, that they're not doing the best they can do every day. I am an example of the fact that, yes, indeed, St. Tammany Parish teachers are awesome, okay? Can you do better? Minutely, but I'm telling you, y'all are great. Don't fall into that hype. You have nothing to feel guilty about. I will discuss the people behind some of these procedures that y'all don't want to talk about today. Okay, the Action Network that is proposing some of these proposals is a very progressive, idealistic organization. They are supported by Black Lives Matters, okay, who supports the destruction of the nuclear family and the Judeo-Christian values. So do we want that in St. Tammany? I'm sorry, I disagree. We can go on and on about that, but I'll also say one other thing. The places that these equality things have been put in place, the Equality Acts, are including Minnesota, New York, New Jersey, Colorado, Rhode Island, Chicago, Illinois, and California. They don't have great school systems. They don't have the wonderful school system that we have here. Can we do better? I had no idea that they were that bad over in Slidell. Let's look at it. But we don't need an outside consultation to do that. We have the ability here amongst this group of people to figure that out. And I'll go back to the cost. How much is this going to cost the taxpayers to look into this when we already have these redundant laws in place and taking care of our children? Y'all are doing a great job. Don't fall into the guilt. This is awesome. Y'all are doing great. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobson. Our next is Ms. Bridget Bennett.
Good evening. I come to you tonight as an employee, a parent to 2 of your graduates, a graduate myself, a taxpayer, and an elected leader like all of you. I was prepared to come here tonight and speak solely on the issue of a racial equity policy because that was indeed the name that was presented to the public originally, which in my opinion represents racism hands down. I feel any attempts at a racial equity policy is a clear indicator of setting back society 50 to 60 years. It nullifies the incredible work of many leaders before us, such as Lincoln's abolishment of slavery and Martin Luther King's hard work to end segregation, and sets a tone for divisiveness, unfairness, and favoritism for some, depending on your race. Dr. Ben Carson, who recently spoke at the RNC, said, quote, "My mother always taught me I could be anything I wanted, but she would never allow me to be a victim to anything," end quote. Isn't that what all of us should be mentoring and instilling in our children today instead of the continued excuses, policies, and handouts? This is America, and in case any of you are not aware, people are beating down our doors. They are risking their lives, floating on rafts, climbing fences, and digging tunnels to come here because of the opportunity our country presents and the freedom it gives us to choose. I personally grew up poor. I didn't have much. My husband, on the other hand, grew up in severe poverty. He had a major learning disability. He was a high school dropout of your school system. He obtained his GED 30 years after the date he should have graduated high school. He currently earns a 6-figure salary that he has done for over 2 decades. He climbed the ladder to the top. He actually taught himself to read and write as an adult. He additionally owns his own small business on the side. He would tell you tonight that he had a desire to break the generational cycle of his family, poverty, drugs, learning challenges, and many more things that he faced growing up as a child to do better, to be better, to live a better life, and to give his own children a better life, which he has done. In professional sports, black athletes far outweigh white ones. Is that unfair too? We have numerous things in our country dedicated solely to black skin color only, including over 100 college student scholarships, among many other things. I know, because I have college students. We have millions of black, successful men, women, and students around this country who have come from all walks of life to rise above challenges and adversities to the top of whatever level they have chosen for themselves. Was equity not available to them? I have personally heard some of you begin to change direction away from the name of this policy or resolution, as I found out tonight, and presently saying it's an academic equity policy or that you would support such. And I have this to say. When my youngest daughter was 5 years old in kindergarten in your school system, an all-call took place at her school stating for every student who received free or reduced lunch to come to the cafeteria to get their free Toys for Tot toy. She was the only child left in her kindergarten class and sat and watched as all her classmates returned with a toy in hand. We live in one of the richest parishes of our state, but I'm supposed to believe that the majority of every family in this school system qualifies legally for free or reduced lunch. I soon realized how much those federal dollars meant in our school system, and listen, year after year, as free and reduced lunches were not only encouraged, but they were promoted by some administrators. Does this fall under equity needs? I'm just wondering. Additionally, that same child was a senior in high school not too long ago, and I witnessed sign-in sheets at ball games throughout the school year. When I questioned what it was, I was told it was for students who had excessive tardies or absences, who didn't do what was required of them, that they could attend extracurricular activities and receive educational credit hours needed to help them have the amount of time they needed to graduate. When I was waiting with other parents the day our children left on their senior Disney trip, as they were boarding the bus, I listened to both students and parents brag about getting those same educational credit hours for their child's attendance of the senior Disney trip. Is that equity? With all due respect, if it is, it's a slap in the face to every single child and parent who shows up every day on time, prepared, follows the rules, and does whatever is necessary. Our school system continues to lower standards for the diploma, which equals dumbing down future generations and setting the tone that punctuality, attendance, accountability, preparedness, work ethic, and determination are not important. Quite honestly, teaching all of these qualities provide every student with all the equity they will ever need, and definitely more than any policy that any of you could ever implement. Because let's face it, nothing is ever free, and providing consistent handouts to the same people over and over doesn't prosper them in any way. We are practically making it impossible to not obtain a diploma. It's a shame that we are doing so. I'm not finished, but that's all I can read.
Thank you, Ms. Bennett. Please refrain from clapping or any outbursts during the speeches. Our next up is Madeline Nora. I may have pronounced that incorrectly.
That's okay. Most people do. Good evening. I am Madeline Nora. My husband Emil and I have been residents of Lacombe for 36 years. Our son graduated from this parish's schools. I taught for 25 years. The last 13 at Clearwood Junior High in Slidell, where I taught 7th grade life science. Among other things, I was one of 4 science teachers who, along with curriculum specialists, wrote this parish's sex education curriculum. For the past 10 years or so, I have substituted at 10 different schools in pre-K through high school, in regular ed, special ed, gifted, and as an 8th grade LEAP tutor. I believe I have a fair impression of what happens in the classrooms from Covington and Lacombe to Slidell. I have great concern that this proposal states that our parish may harbor systemic racism and bias. And that it needs an equity consultant. We have an abundance of qualified, creative, caring, and dedicated teachers and administrators, both white and minority. Our system strives to educate students based on equal opportunity and individual needs, not race. I believe that this equity, diversity, and inclusion resolution is one that this school system should be careful in adopting as diversity training follows. I'm very concerned with the fact that racial equity, critical race theory, and subsequent diversity training programs and curricula are part of a movement in this country in school systems, corporations, businesses, and the military that could quite possibly lead to an era of racial discord and strife that we haven't witnessed for decades. The U.S. Commission on Civil Rights has recently stated that critical race theory has infiltrated our society over the past 30 years. Students and employees are made to sit through diversity training workshops, and this is hard to believe, but it's fact, that basically instructs them that they are white, privileged, and racist. It states that some agencies teach that punctuality and diligence are associated with whiteness, that being educated or skilled and holding a position of influence is morally wrong, that white employees must abandon the traits associated with discipline, accuracy, punctuality, and linear thinking, which makes it conspicuously obvious that the alternative to this thinking is that blacks and people of color do not have those traits. This is one of the most amazingly racist things imaginable. In many instances, male employees and students are told that they must write a letter of apology to women and people of color, stating that they have sinned against them by the very virtue of being white. This is toxic and inherently racist. What we have seen in the American streets these past months is the natural result of this type of toxic equity and diversity thinking and training that has permeated our K through 12 and college curriculum. Our teachers and administrators do not need valuable time taken from classroom instruction to be forced to participate in diversity training. This U.S. Commission on Civil Rights states that recent studies have shown that critical race theory and subsequent diversity training have the reverse effect and actually increases racial division. St. Tammany Parish is comprised of communities of conservative, God-fearing people. If there are problems in this school system, they are not racial, but economic and social. We need to be focusing on homeless children, children in abusive and drug-abused families, children whose parents cannot or will not teach respect for themselves or for authority. We should not be focusing on racial equity. If you adopt any resolution of this type, we may be headed down the wrong road. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Nora. Next, Mr. Anthony Alfred.
Thank you. And to the members of the board, I'm Anthony Alfred, a lifelong resident of St. Tammany Parish, teacher, principal, assistant director of personnel, school board member, interim. And I'm going to just probably tailor my comments alike because I know the time is by 4. I was told that I was going to speak before the board, and someone said, but it's not going to work. They're going to do what they want to do anyway. However, the optimist that I am stated the fact that a fight for a good cause is worth the effort. That's why I'm thinking now, and I've been hearing a lot of stuff, and Probably a little politics got involved in it. But I was probably one of the first person that, in my comments, maybe last month or so, that made the recommendation that I felt, and I feel that I'm somewhat uniquely qualified for what I've done to evaluate teachers, students, and what have you, and I also work with parents. And first of all, if I'm looking at my colleague over here, I totally disagree with what he said about the dismantling of the school system. Now, I know him, and some of the things that he said I felt was ludicrous, really. And I mentioned the fact in some of the earlier meetings that I supported a race ethnic policy. And I knew when it came up, we were going to have some comments concerning it, because when you mention the word race, you have a problem there sometimes. I've been looking at the internet and different places concerning inclusive policies throughout the state and even other states. Many school systems have equity policies. They might not call it that. They might call it an inclusive policy. But the hallmarks of those policies are two things: fairness and impartiality. And that's the point that I usually stress quite a bit when we're talking about policies, even here in St. Tammany Parish, where I worked for 35 years. And a race, as far as adopting a race ethnic policy, the assurance of fair and impartiality are some of the key things in that type of policy. And I believe, as I mentioned before, I mentioned way back 2 months ago, that in order to do this and get a good evaluation was to hire a certified consultant that had the expertise of working with programs of this type and would come up with an evaluation so that we could become a better school system. And that's the point of it, to improve our school system, regardless of what it is. At one time, I remember our St. Tammany was maybe second or third in the state. And what I'm hearing tonight, that is not the case now. But the idea of a equity program or inclusive program is to make the system better. As a result of that, the morale of the teachers would probably increase. You would have better retention, and hopefully the student outcomes as far as their achievement would be greater. So it's nothing wrong with getting someone in to come and evaluate your program and try to offer some solutions as to maybe how you can do it better. So that's my the thing that I've said all along. So I did support having a policy of that type. We call it what you want, but inclusive or whatever. But the hallmarks of those things are having a plan that is fair and equitable to all of the citizens, of the students that you have. That's what it is, and for improvement thereof of the system. And I thank you very much. I'll see you next week. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alford. Next is Ms. Kathleen Canino.
My name is Kathleen Canino, and I'm from Covington. First, I want to read. A 504 plan, Mr. Betancourt, is developed to ensure that a child who has a disability identified under the law is attending an elementary or secondary educational institute receives accommodations. It is only for children with disabilities, like my son. It's not for all children. and apparently people need more training, which goes to speak to what I'm saying tonight. And also, I want to point out, equity is, okay, if you want to be equal, y'all all have eyes, right? Equity is glasses. It helps you to see, to be able to read the same paper that we all have in front of us. That's what equity is. Special education is a tool. It is not a place, it's not a location, and it is not a certain room. Many children with disabilities are being discriminated against in this school. They're being put in self-contained classrooms, not based on need, but based on their disability or diagnosis. Segregating children based on disability deprives all children of receiving equitable education. When my son was put in an R&C class, which is a reduced numbers classroom, based off of his diagnosis and not based off of what was best for him, there were 6 other children in there. There was multiple grade levels in there, and there was 1 teacher and 1 para. All of these children have IEPs. There's no way for that 1 teacher to meet all of their needs. But when a child with a disability is included, and that teacher only has to focus on that 1 child with a disability in their class, as opposed to 6 children with great needs, it's a lot easier, it's done better, and they're included, okay? So, and it's not that teacher's fault, I want to say that. These teachers, they need more help. They need more support. I couldn't do it. I think it was impossible, because if that para has to take a child to the restroom, then that teacher's left alone in there with 5 children with significant disabilities. So it's not the teachers, and it's just, special education should be a tool used to help the child reach a goal, not a place, not segregated. Now, when that happened, I fought it. I came to y'all know all about that. I met with a school board member, and I told him about my son. And that school board member's comment was he doesn't know how the teachers in that classroom do it, and that, you know, he personally witnessed they had to call the janitors all to come and help with a child with a disability. Well, that's a bias. That's not a positive bias, and that's not my son. He doesn't need that. That has nothing to do with him. That's assuming, based off of his disability, how he acts. It's not accurate, and it's not right. So, regardless of intent, you still have a bias. You may not be trying, but it still affects that child. All children deserve to be seen as individuals, they deserve to be included, and they deserve equitable education. Instead of him receiving science and social studies in that class, every day his log came home said he had free time and snack. Do you want your kid having free time and snack and not being taught because they have a disability? He's smart. He could probably do math better than all of us in here. But they wanted to just stick him in a room, self-contained room, and give him free time and snack. Anyway, in the past 3 years, in the special education department, there has been 116 teachers that are not certified or to teach in that field. So when a teacher comes to me and asks me what they need to do, and I wondered why, now I know why. They didn't have the training to be in that classroom. And special needs classroom, I feel, is not an area you want a teacher who has no experience. Which leads me to my last point, that St. Tammany was one of the top schools. It is now number 18. You can find it on the Louisiana Department of Education website. The drop in the rating is due to the subcategories. There are 55 schools in St. Tammany, and these subcategories, 30 of them are for children with disabilities. So there's 30 schools. Anyway, I have to agree with Mr. Byron Williams. If you have a child with special needs, don't come to St. Tammany, and you owe it to the teachers and the children to pass this equity policy. It's not just a race thing. It really would help all children. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Marie Wade.
Good evening, everyone. As a former student, mother of former student, substitute teacher, and candidate for school board, I am here tonight before you to ask you to pass the equity resolution that is on tonight's agenda so that a real conversation can begin. In all of these roles that I mentioned, I have experienced firsthand how children and staff are not treated equitably within the school system and can give you many, many personal examples from pupil appraisal all the way to athletics. The consensus tonight, I think we all agree, is that equity and equality are two different things. Equality is a state of being equal in rights or status or opportunity. And I'm going to agree with Mr. Betancourt in your definition of equity because that provides various levels of support and assistance depending on specific needs or abilities. For example, equality means technically opening the superintendent search up for everyone. Equity means truly opening the superintendent search up for everyone, both internal and external, and avoiding indications of nepotism. These inequalities have many iterations that are fueled by bigotry, prejudice, false ideologies, and the unhealthy thirst for position and power. Asking for equity for all does not take anything away from anyone else. Asking for equity does not mean that anyone will be segregated. Asking for equity does not mean affirmative action hiring practices. Anyone who says otherwise is speaking from the fear of losing the status quo, and then it becomes admission that things aren't as equal as you believe. Unlike those who oppose this equity policy, I don't live in a societal bubble that uses stereotypes in order to feel better about myself, because I know that representation matters. Professionally, I am an internal auditor and a licensed realtor. Just as it took more than 2 years of persistence to get an internal auditor hired in this school system because of the inequalities in the internal controls, the fight for equity within the school system will continue until a policy is passed. As a realtor, I'm often asked about the school system and where is the best place to live. If I were honest about how students and faculties were treated unequitably, I'd never make a sale. St. Tammany Parish deserves better. I come again to ask you to take yourselves out of the equation and consider the students and staff of St. Tammany Parish school system. This decision is not about you personally. It is about the community as a whole. Just because you may not think something is happening does not mean that it is not happening. And as it was mentioned to you all before, it is not your fault yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wade. Next, we have Mr. Samuel Stubbs.
Hello, my name is Sam Stubbs, and I'm a 7th grade student at Creekside Junior High in Pearl River. Before I was at Creekside, I was at Jafuncta, and before that, I was at Honey Island and Cypress Cove. Tonight, I would like to talk about the difference between equity and equality. Equality is getting the same thing for everyone. For example, I wear a pair of glasses. Most people in my family wear glasses. We all have trouble seeing things that are far away without our glasses. But we all have different kinds of glasses with different prescriptions. If everyone had glasses just like mine, which would be an example of equality, we would all have a good pair of glasses, but I would be the only person who could see correctly. The rest of my family wouldn't have what they need to see, and they would not be able to read, write, drive, watch TV, or work well. Things in my house would seriously fall apart. We need our different prescriptions to help all of us see. My big brother Jack is the only one who does not need glasses, so if we got him a pair, it would be a waste. I wear glasses, but it doesn't take anything away from my brother since he does not need glasses. Equity is giving everyone what they need to work, write, concentrate, and learn. I get to go to Talented Drama. Going to Talented Drama helps me with my public speaking, memory, working with a team, humor, and how to express myself. My going to Talented Drama does not take anything away from people who do not have that class. There's no limit on the number of kids who can go if they need that class. But my involvement in the program does give my friends the opportunity to watch plays in school, which is a good thing. I don't feel lucky to have the opportunity to go to Talented Drama. I feel like it's how it's supposed to be, that every child is given the respect of having teachers to see their students' gifts and needs, that giving us all the chance to expand our learning. That is equity. Equality is what students have. Equity is what students need. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sam. Next is Miss Valerie Serena.
I'm Valerie Serena. I'm in the 11th Parish School District. I'm in support of an equity policy for the St. Tammany Parish School System. As a retired speech-language pathologist of St. Tammany Parish School System, I've experienced a number of inequities. First, this is a while ago now, when I was in undergrad and grad school at Southern University, Baton Rouge, I made myself known to Pete Jabbia and Simi Fairley at the yearly job fair at Southern University every year. I would let them know that I grew up in St. Tammany Parish schools and I was coming back there after graduation to work in the school system. After completing my undergrad in May of 1986, I applied for a position as a speech pathologist, and in return, I received a form letter stating that there were no positions available in my certified area. I passed the NTE teacher's exam in my junior year. I passed the national certification exam for speech pathology in my second year of grad school. In May of 1987, I applied again for the same position. In return, received the same form letter dating May of 1987, again stating that there were no positions available in my certified area. I brought this to the attention of Pete Jabbia and Simi Fairley, both in person and in writing. I was later given an interview with Jeannie Bernard, then supervisor of the speech language department, and she informed me that neither of my applications were forwarded to her for consideration. I was then hired by Bill Brady at Covington Elementary. This made me believe that applicants with a background from Southern University, which is a historically black university, were not considered for hire, and that Pete and Simi were only going through the motions of pretense of hire.
I just have a point of order. No public comments are allowed pursuant to our school board policy that are considered to be accusatory or defamatory regarding a school employee. So
Okay.
to the extent that your comments contain any of those sorts of comments, we would ask that you would just refrain from that, please.
When I was hired, of the 100 speech therapists, there was only one other African-American speech pathologist. Through my 30 years in the system, there have only been 3 or 4 at any one time, African-American speech pathologists of the 120th plus or so therapists. Next, we need to take a close look at the breakdown of special ed students through the parish. Throughout my career, I have noticed the disproportion of African American students in special ed as opposed to white students. African American students were more likely to be labeled as behavior disordered or learning disabled than other students. Throughout my career, I experienced a high number of African American males in behavior disorder classes as opposed to white males. Back in the early 2000 or so, Sharon Hosh, then special ed supervisor, presented charts representing the population of special ed students in the parish in relation to age, sex, disorder, and so on, to the group of speech pathologists in the parish. I questioned the chart and asked her to be more specific with numbers at each school, but I was shut down and was told the numbers were in the graphs. The graphs showed pretty colors, but not specific numbers. We need a better understanding of background and sense of community with school system involvement, parent involvement, and teacher involvement in our communities of color. School should not be just about passing the LEAP exam. It should be about understanding the whole student. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Serena. Next is Mr. Patrick Woods, Sr.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Woods, Sr. I was a fifth grade teacher at Brock Elementary, assistant principal at St. Tammany Junior, and principal for 10 years at Bayou Lacombe Middle. I retired in 2015. During my tenure with St. Tammany, I have witnessed many instances of inequity, injustice, and yes, racism. I have observed minorities being overrepresented in special ed and underrepresented in gifted and talented. You remember, you heard from Natalie recently. We had to fight to keep our students from being bused to Mandeville, as we were explicitly told by our pupil appraisal staff that there were, quote, no gifted students at Bayou Lacombe. By the way, our gifted program grew to 27 students in a school of only 220, but I digress. Years later, I had to personally intervene to keep Natalie from being placed in honors classes at the junior high instead of the gifted classes as required by her IEP. I've seen inequity in expulsions, such as when a black student at the junior high committed the exact same offense as a white student days apart, and the white student was returned to school while the black kid was expelled. You all have heard the stats regarding success rates of minority students when exposed to a teacher who looks like them, right? Well, many highly qualified minority teachers don't even bother to come to job fair because there exists a reality that they wouldn't get hired. Meanwhile, existing minority teachers are rarely selected for positions outside of the classroom. There exists the reality that minorities applying for administrative positions in certain schools had about a snowball's chance in Hades of getting a job. Minorities are only allowed to be principal in certain schools. Look around. How many minority principals are there today? Where are they? Where are they located? In my time with St. Tammany Parish, there were only 2 minorities in the central office at any given time, and never anyone in any real position of authority. I've seen blatant favoritism and nepotism in hiring. People clearly less qualified promoted over their more qualified coworkers. I wonder what will happen with the superintendent position. I could go on and on. Come on. You guys know this. You've heard from numerous people, including my former colleague, Byron Williams, retired central office supervisor and former principal at St. Tammany Junior High. I agree with everything he said, with one exception, and that is, it is your fault. Why do I say this? Because many of you were here when the inequities were upheld and perpetuated. You were here when the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools came in twice for district accreditation and made specific recommendations regarding minority hiring and minority representation in special education. You were here when Dr. Francis Davis came and specifically pointed out these same issues. You were here when there was a subsequent superficial attempt at recruiting minorities where many of us brought back qualified applicants only to have them rejected. You were here. You know who you are. Let's keep it real. Bayou Lacombe Middle was very successful because we met the needs of every student, regardless of race or economic status. We brought the school from a low D to a high B because of this. I retired in part because I found myself often having to advocate for my students with the district, the very people who should have been advocating for them. Perhaps these inequities and the disenfranchisement of a portion of the population and blatant favoritism and nepotism is a big factor in district slide in performance over the past 5 years. Why wouldn't you want a policy that guarantees equity and fairness for all students in St. Tammany Parish? As educators, we know that we're only as strong as the weakest among us. The very fact that we must convince you that there is a need for an equity policy is itself indicative of the need for the policy. Either you are afraid to stand up for your students and teachers against others who disagree, or you agree with them. As the people responsible for caring for our kids, either is despicable. I don't know. Maybe we're going about this all wrong. Maybe if you can't be convinced of the need for policy change, people who have felt the sting of discrimination in this parish over the years should join together. That's not 5 minutes. Over the years should join together to seek legal remedies. I time myself, Doc. You all have the opportunity to make this better for everyone. Be a part of the solution, not part of the problem.
Thank you, Mr. Woods.
Do the right thing for the children of this parish.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Next is Dr. Judith Champagne.
Once again, I'm here to speak in favor of the racial equity policy resolution now. I understand that since our last meeting, a group of people within our community have begun to actively campaign against this board accepting and adopting an equity resolution of any kind. They're against equity, as you've already heard today. So that's why I'm here tonight, to encourage you as board members. This is not a surprise, this pushback against equity. There have been and will always be people who are against equity, diversity, and inclusion. But as a school system, it's our duty to ensure that all children are granted equal access to the benefits within the school system that are afforded to them. Now, I understand there's been a difference between equity and equality, right? Everyone here is for equality, right? We're all for equality, but maybe not equity. So I'm here to explain to you that without equity, true equality can never be accomplished. Equality, as it's been explained, equality provides an opportunity. Equity ensures access to that opportunity. As Mr. Kusan eloquently explained with the Chromebooks, we give every child a Chromebook, that's equality, right? But equity says, let's look and see, does each household have internet access to enjoy the benefit of that opportunity? And that's all equity is doing, is ensuring that equality is actually taking place within the school system. Now, you might say, I can't be bothered with this. We'll throw our resources out there and just let the chips fall where they may. We can't take the time to ensure access. But I'm here to tell you that God has blessed us too much for us to be able to say this. God did not bless us this much. Everyone in this room has been abundantly blessed by God. And he didn't give us these blessings so that we can look at children and say, I'm okay watching you fall through the cracks because I cannot be bothered to ensure your access to the benefits. No, God gave us these blessings in order for us so that we can take those extra steps to ensure their access. Okay? But you still might not be convinced. And as Samuel eloquently said, equity meets the need. God is calling all of us to meet the needs of his children. This is what this equity resolution will do. So you might say that it's not needed. Equality has already been achieved in this school system, right? But has it? Right now, we have a statistic that shows that Black children within this school system are 2 times as likely to be suspended or expelled, even with them making up an extreme minority of their student body population. Equality says this disparity should not exist because a child's skin color does not determine how they will perform in school or how they will behave. So how do we account for this statistically significant disparity in how students in our system, Black students, are being disciplined within the system? But we claim equality. This resolution provides that an external consultant will come in and analyze the data to show, are children of color overrepresented in remedial classes? Are they underrepresented in gifted AP concurrent enrollment placement? We're trying to show, so this is my final question. Why would you vote against proving the equality that you claim? Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ms. Coco Darrow.
Hi, Coco Darrow, Mandeville. This being my 3rd time at this podium, I'm pretty surprised that the discussion about creating an equity policy or having this resolution is so controversial. We're a group of educators, professionals, parents, community members that are asking for you to address our concerns. We are taking part in the democratic process. We are expressing our wishes to a group of public servants. Dismissing our considerations would be callous. After all, hundreds have shown support for this. Dozens oppose it. Your job is to address our concerns. Certainly, any leader or elected official has the prerogative to vote their conscience. But is voting against the majority wise? Does it engender trust? We have no demands of any sort. We simply ask for an impartial third party who is approved by you as the board to collect data so that we can address and rectify any barriers to bringing the best educational outcomes. I'm assuming that the board shares the goal of our district reaching its maximum potential. So I ask you to support this creation of the policy to hire the third-party person. Pass this resolution. It would only serve to elevate our district. Something must be done to bring outcomes and scores up. We have slipped to 18th in the state, tragically rated nationwide. You may say there's no problem to fix in our system. So sorry. But I and others disagree. External audits and consultants are commonplace in all industries and government. Certainly you had an insurance consultant here this evening giving you recommendations on how to better your insurance policies. I think we can do that same paradigm in other ways. The entity that fails to take substantial and impartial inventory is the first industry to fail. It thrives on its constructive critiques and withers in complacency. Mr. Nation, in an email recently that you wrote in correspondence with Representative Mark Wright on the subject of defending the narrow pool of superintendent applicants, you stated, and I quote, "Engaged parents are what make a great school system, and the lack of engaged parents are what causes school systems to falter and fail." No one would argue about the positive impacts parents have on their children's education, but to place a wholesale blame on educational outcomes on the lack of parenting is a tragic cop-out. Mr. Nation, when a teacher is in the classroom and they encounter a student who is obviously lacking in parental support, do they throw their hands up in the air in defeat with the impossibility of educating them? Or do they thoughtfully construct ways in which they can help them specifically? Do you think that maybe the parent works multiple jobs and cannot be as involved as they would like because they have to keep a roof over their head? It is the school's responsibility to educate all students even the ones who may lack parental involvement, shifting blame of all failures to parents, all the while refusing an honest appraisal of how our schools function, would be unfortunate. After all, look at this crowd right here tonight and look at your inboxes. We are those engaged parents that you spoke about, and I'm standing here and we're sitting here in front of you. I've heard the counter argument that there's no problem with inequity in our schools, but I would like to point out that my daughter's 4th grade social studies curriculum states that Columbus was an American. Anybody? He was Italian, okay? Don't mean to be pedantic, but it also went on to say, the curriculum, that colonists wanted to get along with the Native Americans, but disagreed over land ownership. Disagreed. There are more examples of this, but the need for basic cultural sensitivity is obvious. Just as important is teaching our children actually correct information. Mr. Nation, I spend countless hours supporting my child's education, but the only thing failing her is your curriculum, not me. You may say I'm splitting hairs, but my child, through her father's side, is a member of a federally recognized tribe from the Southwest, the Fort Sill Chiricahua Apache. Last week, she was tasked with the assignment of drawing a picture of the explorer Coronado. It must be stated that this expedition of his murdered and raped their way through the entire Southwest tribal lands. Do you not see the tragic irony? This parish loves to tout how it's a premier destination,
Thank you, Ms. Darrow.
but progress or no progress, it's up to each of you.
Next is Ms. Janie McKenzie. Okay. Next is Chase Villarat.
Thank you, Board, for having me here tonight. My name is Chase Villaret. I am a father of 3 in West St. Tammany Parish. I'm a business owner and I'm an attorney. I'm not here tonight to tell you stories of inequities that I've experienced. Quite frankly, I have none. I'm here tonight because over the last few months, I have watched the testimony of various brave members of this community come stand at this very podium and tell their stories of inequity. And I felt compelled to come here tonight to unequivocally support this equity resolution that has been moved to this board. And I'm going to ask that you all vote to pass this resolution. This resolution is the first step to understanding the inequities that exist in this system. I've heard speculation tonight as to what could happen in the future. However, when I read the words on paper, I saw nothing about dismantling the school system that we have. What I read on paper was an effort to understand, based on expert consultation, what inequities exist in this system. How can we remove barriers for all students, whether you're white, black, disabled, an athlete? It doesn't matter. This equity policy and this resolution covers all students. As I sat in my office today and honestly didn't know what I was going to come here and say, there was really 2 main themes that resonated through my head tonight. Number 1, we need to listen. Number 2, we need to do better. 2 very simple phrases that carry powerful sentiments. Multiple members of our parish have come before this board and testified with respect to the inequities that existed in this system in the past. It is up to this board to decide whether they're going to vote yes or no to this resolution. While this board cannot change the past, nobody's asking for the past to be changed, this board has the unique opportunity to tell all the students in this system, we are listening. We hear you. We can do better and we will do better. This is the first step. In closing, as I know it's getting late, I ask that all of you, before you vote on this motion tonight, think of someone you know personally who is or may be at risk of receiving inequitable treatment? What do you want to tell that person after tonight's vote? Do you want to tell them, I'm listening, I hear you, we can do better? Or do we just want to say no? We have systems in place. It is what it is, so to speak. I ask that you all vote yes to Mr. Kuzan's resolution, and that's all I have tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Billeret. Last but certainly not least, Ms. Madeline Torres.
Good evening. My name is Madeline Torres, raised in Baton Rouge and an immigrant. I am the parent of a biracial student who's attended St. Tammany schools, and I am in support of the equity policy. What I'd like to share tonight is not an account of my child's experience, but rather perspectives I collected from former classmates who, such as myself, are fellow immigrants and call this country home. I reached out to them in hopes to get you all an expanded outlook of the outcomes if you do not look into reviewing your school system. Quote, resources and adult dedication in the area of clubs to fuel our individual interest. That I would have actively been taught science in any capacity, in any grade, from middle to high school, so that I could have developed a deeper understanding and appreciation for life and the world outside of my neighborhood, which was what I mostly saw. That foreign classmates would not have been forced to speak English when they didn't know English, because I saw how emotionally affected them, feeling like they were not allowed to connect to people in the only way they could. That teachers would have had some culture sensitivity training so that they would have been less ignorant to anything outside of their American culture. I wish we were not made to stand up if you were black or stand up if you were non-black once a year to collect numbers for the state. And lastly, that we didn't have to take 2 buses to out-of-district schools for ESL programs. Former classmates expressed similar frustrations with the lack of support we received from teachers and guidance counselors. That system failed in helping map out an adequate path for personal success. Others express a loss of identity coming from different cultures. The only teachers that had any sensitivity towards our experiences as immigrant children were English second language teachers. However, the time spent with them was limited. Somehow we were still expected to perform at the same level as our American counterparts by our non-ESL or regular teachers. As St. Tammany continues to grow and diversify, it is my hope that you will take these perspectives I've shared here tonight as a cautionary tale of what can happen when an equity policy isn't in place and the school board isn't prepared to meet the needs of children who have different learning styles. I urge all members of the board to consider this resolution and ask you to consider what everyone in the community has brought before you tonight. To level the field for all students across St. Tammany will not dismantle or take anything away from anyone. To vote against this policy would mean that you are not committed and are not willing to provide proper education to all students, because the reality is that there are children with unique learning styles, socioeconomic backgrounds, and race. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. That concludes our 5-minute public comment section. We'll move to 3 minutes. We do have some people that have signed up for 3 minutes. Our first is Ms. Linda Begay.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here. I'm speaking to you tonight as a retired real estate broker and business owner. I did work at an Episcopal school, was involved there. I have a little advantage over a lot of people here because of my age. I'm 82 years old. I was in Jefferson Parish raising 4 kids when they were going through real problems with the school there. I find that these proposals are so regressive. We have gone so far past this. Look how many generations it's taken us to get where we are. I don't want to institute some kind of a program that we're going to, in 3 generations from now, be trying to change. No one has brought up tonight, in addition to that, is the person that you would pay all this money to and hire, how do you know that they're unbiased? How do you know what their instincts are about this? And will the result, when they give it to you, be accepted by both sides? Will you be back right where you are? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Begay. Next is, I'm going to butcher this last name, but Ms. Melissa Thiebaud? Thiebaud? Tebow, sorry. I really did mess that up, didn't I?
It happens constantly. Good evening. I'd say good night because I'm usually in bed by now. So I will do this as quickly as possible. You've heard countless tales of inequity, and I can only hope that you've been listening. We are failing our ESL students for inequitable programs and support. You have published book lists with racially harmful stereotypes. Your summer book list, when I saw it, I was horrified and called the district. Indian in the cupboard? I am a teacher in Mandeville, and I see these inequities. And I had a whole speech planned. But what I hear constantly is fear. The opposition, you're fearing what we don't know yet. There's so much fear. You know, I am an incredible teacher. I'm going to say it again. I am an incredible teacher. And that's because I am growing, I am learning constantly. I am not afraid to ask someone, hey, what is it that I need to do better? You work with a student all the time. What can I do for him? So why are we saying, teachers, you need to be evaluated, but we're not trying to evaluate ourselves and do better as a school board? What are we doing? I look at all of you, and I really hope you pass this. Because I can't look at my own child and say that she's part of a school that has zero black women or men. Out of 56 of our higher paid $40,000 or higher teachers, administrators, leaders, 1 is African American. She does not get to experience the power of those leaders. We need someone who comes in and helps us to figure out, why are we not attracting our teachers of color? Why are we not retaining them? What are we doing? And what I don't understand is that you've given us all of these curriculum changes, right? You're saying, look, you're not doing good enough. We need to do better. We're going to give you IRLA. We're going to give you ReadyGen. We're going to give you out-of-state consultants to teach you how to do better. Yet you are afraid to have a consultant tell us, how can we do better? You can't sit here and tell me that my ReadyGen consultant that we worked with for an entire year out of state is okay, but an out-of-state diverse task force is not. Do better. Be better.
Thank you, Ms. Tebow. Next, Ms. Lisa Hudson.
Good evening. I really contemplated whether I wanted to come up here and speak at all. I'm going to read the email that I sent to all of you this morning, and I did post some of it on Facebook, so you all may have seen it. I have been a St. Tammany Parish school parent since 1998, except for a few years we lived out of state. We started in Slidell, and my oldest son was at Honey Island and then Little Oak Elementary before we moved over to Mandeville. And then we were at Tchefuncta. He graduated from Mandeville High School. I had 2 other kids that were at Pontchartrain and Tchefuncta also. And due to COVID and all of the restrictions and parameters and everything that was looking to be put in place at the schools, that made me very uncomfortable. I was not at all comfortable having my child being subjected to all of that. He's a 6th grader and gifted and talented theater. I'm a single parent. I don't make a lot of money. but I felt it imperative for his best interest to pull him from St. Tammany Parish Schools a couple months ago. And I'm making great sacrifices to pay for him to be at a private school now, because not only was I uncomfortable with all the COVID restrictions and implementations, I also had great concerns about the curriculum that's been going on in our school system for a very long time. And for what I've seen coming, I spend an unhealthy amount of hours researching various topics that are popular and of concern and are hot topics, because they are interested me, and I care about not only my child and my family, I care about my community. I care about other people's children. And I'm hearing a lot of concerns from both sides, and I hear people's hearts, and like this other lady said, she hears their fears. We all have fears and concerns, and I hope that we all want what is best for our children and your teachers and employees. There are obviously needs that need to be met. I will be honest in telling you that using the word equity at this time and place in our country is a very hot word to be using, because it means things that many people do not want. It does not help your cause to be using the word equity. When this proposal first came up, I actually learned about it because I was watching a friend speaking to all of you in July about getting the schools open and not having to wear masks. And it got me interested, and I've been watching or attending the meetings ever since. I'm going to go ahead and read because I'm going to use up all my time. So I started with who I am and that I pulled my son. I imagine you are being inundated with emails regarding the proposed resolution for the equity policy being promoted by the Good for Slidell Group. My research shows that the exact same resolution that, man, that was 5 minutes?
I'm sorry, you were only signed up for 3.
Okay, well, I hope everybody does the right thing.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson. Next is Max Uritic.
Thank you very much. Thank you for everybody that's come out tonight. I think this resolution is a good thing for St. Tammany of 1960, but I think it's a mistake for St. Tammany of 2020. To categorize us by what race we appear, I think, and to encourage our kids to do that would set us back. If we hire this outside expert on racial equity, I challenge you that, do you think you know what this person's going to find? If we look at his or her last 10 findings or 20 findings, how often is this person going to have found that there was no racial inequity? So if you were to decide to support the resolution, I would challenge you to find someone who is even-handed and fair in their findings, and they can document that with their findings over the past few years. I think we should look at achievement gap and discipline gap and what we can do to be more equitable, but why not do that in a colorblind way to help all parents and all students who could use a leg up? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I will now open it up to general public comments. I would ask that we keep those to under 3 minutes. So I would like to invite anybody from the public that had not signed up, anybody in the atrium or potentially outside that would like to speak. I see Ms. Barrios. She spoke on the superintendent.
Lee Barrios, retired teacher. Make sure I've got my pages right here. Yes. The first thing I want to do is I hope that all of you school board members who are not educators, I would encourage you to understand what equity is. And there's been a lot of discussion about it. But equity in the practice of public education is foundational. The equity that public education has to offer is my primary motivation for the advocacy work that I do. Every child, every day, in every way. Teachers are mandated to exercise equity, mandated, and they're held accountable for it. And guess how they're held accountable? By the most inequitable instrument devised to measure their effectiveness and students' learning, the standardized test. That's equality. We have moved so far from equity to equality in our system, our general system of standardization, that is what is destroying our system. This concept of equality. We all walked in here with masks on. It seems that some walked in with blinders on too. When my glasses fog up and I can see better when I take them off. I ask you to take those blinders off and engage in a serious attempt to reduce any inequities which do exist. I saw them as I saw them as a parent, I saw them as a teacher, and understood them better when I became a teacher. And they exist now. My main interest is in educational, the conveyance of teaching and education to students, the inequities that exist there. Understanding pedagogical inequity, that is, the teacher's methodology, is important and essential for every teacher who wants to be able to reach every student. After all, her career is now predicated on that. Give her and him some help in understanding. That's what national boards was primarily about. I did not understand equity in conveying education until I went through 3 years of national boards. Whether you approve this resolution as written or work with stakeholders to move forward with an extended conversation, I encourage you to take off your blinders. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barrios. As you come up to the podium, please state your name and where you're from.
Hello, Courtney Paolillo, Madisonville. Some statistics, because I know we're all wanting statistics and data and things like that. In St. Tammany, only 81% of students are reading proficient and 75% math sufficient. That's taken into account every student. What we're not addressing is how important a two-parent household is and how that affects the outcome of students. Like Lisa, I have, since this started in July, spent an unhealthy amount of time outside of working and taking care of a bunch of kids to educate myself. And the number one predictor of student success or disparity is the lack of two parents. Now, I appreciate all the efforts that everyone, wants to contribute as far as correcting inequities. Yes, inequities, unfortunately, they do exist. My daughter's in 4th grade. She attends public school, and she makes straight A's. She helps. There was a child last year with a disability that she helped finish her work every single day, and never once got terrific turtle. So you can imagine, she was passed over too. It's very concerning that this first was presented as a race equity policy. Then it was changed to a resolution for equity, diversity, and inclusion. And it does use many terms as far as dismantling our communities and nation's future require that systemic institutional bias be dismantled to promote equity and ensure all children and families and employees are available to thrive. It refers to race. It evaluate the current practices, accountability, things like that. Disproportionate outcomes according to race, socioeconomic status, and underserved groups such as special education. So I went through the Louisiana Department of Education statistics, and the greatest disparity between inequity is from disabled students to, I guess, non-disabled students. In December 2017, the Louisiana Department of Education released a document entitled Educational Equity in Louisiana, which required by law that the superintendent must submit annual reports to the House Committee on Education and Senate Committee on Education, including each public school individually, including charter schools. This report includes information such as percent of students economically disadvantaged, percentage of students with disabilities, percentage of students who are racial and ethnic minority, English learners, exceptionalities, IEPs, individual accommodations. The Louisiana Department, so since 2017, they are trying to close the inequity gap. And they have a committee that is dedicated to collecting this data and has done such since 2017. There are reports that are readily available. So to say that we don't have what we need, I would be more than happy to meet with the group and share that with all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I know I had the 5 minutes. Is it okay if I speak for 1 minute?
I would just ask that she speak first since she's not had the opportunity to.
Hi, Brandy Morris, mother of 3 boys, one that just started kindergarten and is special needs. I've been listening to a lot of what's been going on with the equity policies, and I am an Atlanta native. I grew up in downtown Atlanta in an equity policy, one of the first equity policy areas. And I can tell you that equity policy is not going to solve this issue for you. I was in a 98% black school, 2% other, and the equity policy allowing students lower grades to complete has done nothing for those school districts. They're still in the same problem. They dump money in there, hand over fist. It still does nothing to remedy the situation. The biggest indicator, again, like a couple of people have stated, is parental involvement. And it's not necessarily, it is two-parent home, but parental involvement. And most of the teachers can tell you, and most of my friends that are teachers will tell you, the parents that are involved with their children are the children that succeed in school. You have to make education a priority. And how do you do that? You can't legislate that from a school board. We have to change the culture in our community to change that situation. We cannot expect a school board to make that decision for us. No outsider is going to be able to come in and make that happen for our children. The ones that are falling through the cracks are these kids that are left at a home that may not have that support. And you're right, they're at a home. This is not a community. We're not asking for generalized support for you guys to make that decision for every child. Yes, we do want you to notify the kids that may be at highest risk, but we can't. I mean, if you have 50 kids in a classroom and every single one of them's failing and not reading, you can't lower a standard because those children aren't reading at grade level. It does nothing for the future of our country if we continue on this path. We have to, I mean, maybe the issue is we have more parenting classes. You know, I mean, what makes an effective parent? What makes an effective household? How do you teach your children? When I had my first son and he's special needs, his speech and language development, I struggled because at 3, he still wasn't communicating with me. And it took me a year to get him into speech therapy. It is frustrating. It is hard for parents that don't know what you're doing. And I just had twins. I have twins that are 3 and a 5-year-old, and I was dealing with speech and language. I get it. It's hard. But you have to be invested and you have to do what you can as a parent to succeed. And we're not talking about any of that. And you know what? God didn't say, we're going to give you more because of the color of your skin, or we're going to give you less because He gave us all a blessing. And you're right. We have a blessing on this earth, and they're called our children. And we have to find ways that we can better them, but not with bringing somebody else down in the process. And that is not how that works. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Burks?
So what I was going to say kind of shifted. I was coming up here to say that the Action Network, I actually started that petition. I am not a Democrat or a Republican. It was used because I sit on a state board. I sit on an association, and that's what we use for the association to send letters to our legislators. It's easy and it's free. So whatever kind of narrative has been set up around that, it's a lie. It is not true. I set it up. It goes to my email. And you can look me up. I'm independent. I don't subscribe to any party.
To kind of just piggyback off of what was said, my child comes from a two-parent home. I have a really good job where I can be off. I have a lot of flexibility. I can go to doctor's appointments and sit down with a child development specialist. I can sit with pupil appraisal. I can meet with the mental health provider that he has. I can meet with his special ed teacher. But what I could not do is give him resources that did not exist at his school, which is why he is an out-of-district. I could not provide a May class that he might possibly need because he's developmentally delayed. I couldn't do that. So I understand that we want to say the parents have a piece in this, and I agree. Like, parents have to be involved. But some people are not as fortunate as I am to have a flexible job, and they can take off and be a part of that. And I don't want to throw those children away. And also, we have to make sure that the resources are at the school for the parent to tap into. So I came up here for the Action Network piece, but I'm sorry, I got that too. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you.
I'm going to make this really quick. I just want to say, as an employee of the school system, I'm a bus driver, and I see a lot of things at the bus stop, and I have to agree with the need for parenting and that we need to address that issue. I don't know how we address it. I don't know how we hold them accountable, but I can tell you I've dealt with drug deals at the bus stop. I've dealt with police, assault things at the bus stop and so much more, and it's all involving parents. There's a major lack of parenting and accountability on the parents' end, and until we correct that, y'all can make policies all day long. I'll also say that I had a child. My oldest child was ADD, and she struggled. We ended up, holding her back. I was a working parent. I have always been a working parent, and she, there wasn't always, they couldn't just cater to her because she was ADD and she struggled. I buckled down, and my husband and I did our part at home to make sure that she had what she needed, and that, we studied and stuff like that. So I think, that goes a long way, and we were wanting to make excuses and, give free passes of parenting for people to not parent and not do their job. And, they want y'all to fix it, or they want everybody else to fix it, and I think that's unfortunate. And the last thing I have to say is I listened to, someone talk about immigrating to this country, and I'm all about that. I think we benefit tremendously from immigrants in this country as long as they come here legally. I fully support that legally. But when I hear something about being disappointed or upset or offended that they couldn't speak their language or they had to learn our language, we need to wake up. Like that's insane. So are we gonna, as the next policy, are we gonna change our language too? Just want to say that.
Okay, I'm going to limit comments going forward to 2 minutes, and if you've already spoken,
I'd like to just share one
okay,
more
well, this
moment.
gentleman back here has been waiting to
Yes,
speak.
come on, he can speak.
Just a point of order, our policy does not permit someone who's already spoken on the agenda item to speak again on the same agenda item.
And I was unaware with that, so going forward, if you've already spoken.
We do have a right to speak.
I thought I gave you 5 minutes.
I don't need the Robert's rule. These matters were placed under the agenda item because these matters are specifically focused on the agenda item that is being presented to the board right now.
Thank you. Sir?
Hello, my name is Fred Martinez. I'm a 68-year-old resident of Slidell since 1973. I wasn't 68, 73. Felt like it. I've heard a lot of stuff tonight. My kids are all grown and out of school. It seems to me that y'all are afraid to do some investigation because you're scared of what they're going to tell you, okay? Mr. Nation made some really serious arguments about, well, what if they say this? What if they say that? What if they say that? Mr. Betancourt gave a list of some things that that the parish has worked on and been successful with, but I suggest they're not complete. You can always do more, do better. We're all about that. Y'all are facing a ranking of 18 in the state. That's not a real good thing. I would suggest that it would behoove you guys, having been in a position similar to y'all's in the past, to pursue an investigation, hire somebody to let you know what the fact is. Do not be afraid of the result. Engage it, address it when you know what the result is. You don't know what the result will be. You can assume, and it can be scary. You know, every time I go to get that colonoscopy, I'm afraid of what he's going to tell me. I am a cancer survivor, and it's scary. I understand that. But you have one responsibility. You've been tagged with a bunch of problems tonight. You have one responsibility. That is the education of those children as well as you can do it. And I hope you will. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Vander, we have given you your time to speak. I'm not going to recognize you. I'm sorry.
I don't understand if you allowed others to speak
I
a
made
second
one
time.
mistake and let Ms. Burke speak, not understanding
So
that
I
after
heard-
you've spoken
so I-
once, you don't get a second
When we
chance.
initially, for public comment, it is normally at the beginning of the agenda. It's not a part of what is discussed on the agenda. And so you chose to move that down to put it with the resolution. But that still does not take a right away from us as public to speak again on the motion. So you chose to switch that around, which you should not have done, but that's what you chose to do,
Okay.
and they allowed to do it. So with that, that gives me the right to speak on the motion. I didn't speak on the motion initially. I spoke on the public comment, which was usually at the beginning. Back me up, board. You know that is correct. So I'm going to give you Romans 15:1 because
Ms.
I am
Vander,
a
before you
Christian. I am
speak,
going to
I
speak.
just want to let you know, we're going to limit comments to 2 minutes.
I get it.
Okay.
I understand it.
Thank you.
We then that are strong are to bear the infirmities of the weak and not to please ourselves. You say you are Christians. I'm a Christian. The Bible tells us to help the weak. So I'm saying, we're not asking you to lower standards. We're asking you to provide the children what they need. I will give you an example. My daughters are gifted. I put an out-of-district request to get them at North Shore because North Shore's gifted program is better than Slidell High's gifted program. I spoke to the teachers there. I spoke to students. They do not offer the same thing. So I'm saying if they would have had given Slidell what they need, my kids would be at Slidell High. I'm saying we need to look at what is provided to the children. I take offense to the lady saying about a two-parent income family. My mama was a single mother, but I am an engineer. I went to college. I have a master's degree. I was served in the military for 23 years. I served this country. And I feel that I and everybody else should have an opportunity. Why wouldn't you want to let somebody look at what you're doing? You have heard from the people. It's not all past. It's current. Current is still going on. We need to do something for everybody. Just because you have what, we're not trying to take anything from you. Nothing. Help these children so that they could be better citizens in this world. Why wouldn't you want to do that? God said we should bear the infirmities of the weak. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hello. I'm Jessica Stubbs. I'm a retired teacher from Pearl River. I have a PhD in school leadership and have spent most of my career in St. Tammany Parish. I was the RHT at Cypress Cove for many, many years, and one of my favorite jobs there was recognizing children who teachers nominated for Good Character Awards. And that was a wonderful thing. Parents would come in, pictures would be taken, teachers would call out why that child was being recognized. Susie helped pick up the blocks after nap time, or, what have you. All of these little notices that these children were given. I started collecting data on the Character Award recipients over a course of several months, probably about 5 months. And I noticed a trend that children who were female and white were more likely to receive recognition than their peers. I did not confront the teachers with this data in any way other than to share it and say, hey guys, look at this. And you know what they said in their professionalism? They said, oh my gosh, I didn't even realize that was happening. The next month, I had a balanced recognition. I had boys, girls, I had all kinds of different kids. And with that recognition, all the parents of those children came to school. They felt happy. They felt recognized. They heard why their children were seen as good and valuable. And those pictures went on Facebook. It was great PR for Cypress Cove. Those children in their very formative years need to know that they have goodness, and the teachers need to recognize that.
Thank you.
Kathleen Canino. I wanted to say the children with disabilities, another inequity is that because special education is a tool to help them get to where they need to be, the schools don't all provide that. So these children, if they don't have a certain class, they're shipped to another school. But typically, or all the examples that I've had, they are a more restrictive environment. There is no list. I did a public records request for it. I contacted the head of special education for this list of all the resources available or class types available to the special education students. It doesn't exist apparently. There's not one. No one could help me. So how are parents supposed to know that there's a co-teaching class at Lake Harbor, or this class is at this school? Because maybe a parent would move into that district for that. Why aren't the children with disabilities provided that, their parents provided that information, and they allowed to go to a school that has an inclusion class and meet their needs, but with typical peers? And the other thing I'll say is I am a two-parent household. I quit my job for my child, and y'all know how much I'm involved. Too much probably for your liking, but that has nothing to do with the fact that he was put in an classroom and not allowed to come out. That has to do with inequities based on his diagnosis instead of who he is. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Please remember to state your name and where you're from for the minutes.
Okay. Hi, I'm Julie Wood. I am from Slidell. Been there 20 years. And I am one of the founders of the group that initially brought the equity resolution to the board's attention. And I just wanted to speak a little bit to motive, because there have been a lot of mischaracterizations of the group recently and why we're doing what we're doing. We started a discussion group that was specifically intended to be a safe space for people to talk about problems that they felt that were happening in the community in a civil, respectful manner. And within the first few weeks, the largest problem that came up over and over and over was the perception of inequities in our educational system with regards to race, with regards to disability, with regards to testing to get into the gifted programs. There were many personal examples of this being a problem. So a small group of us decided, okay, we need to address this as responsible adults, as taxpayers. We have had it drawn to our attention that people feel like Slidell and St. Tammany are not always as amazing as they could be. We want to help make that better, okay? So there's a lot of people saying, we don't think there's inequities. We don't think there's problems. If that was the case, we would not have wasted our time and your time addressing this in the first place. If you're one of the individuals who hasn't been privy to those problems personally, that's great. But people have, and it's out there. We don't know exactly what those are. We are asking for an objective, unbiased, third-party expert to dig into the potential reasons and suggest ways to help solve it. Thank you for your time.
Coco Darrow, Mandeville. I wanted to touch base with something you had said earlier, that I actually really appreciate you, Mr. Betancourt, and your dialogue and understanding what equity is and how it's playing out currently right now with the programs that we have. I hope that everyone can understand that we do understand that things are happening. We just want a continuation of what's already happening. Nothing radical, no dismantling. Sorry, collecting my thought. You brought up the idea of, why do we need a third party, And it's not that it's a bad recommendation or idea, it's just that we're asking for, really simple things, hundreds of us. And the school board president is accusing us of dismantling the entire system. So respectfully, I don't really trust all of you guys to decide whether or not there is or is not an inequity, because we already know there is. We're all telling you, hundreds of us. And I hope that you guys can listen to us. Thank you.
Good evening, Ms. Mullett.
Good evening. I just actually have a short statement. I am a longtime resident of Slidell, graduate of Salmon, three children, graduates of Slidell High, and now I'm a resident of Covington, so I can be closer to my family. I do want to say that with a granddaughter who has severe special needs, I have found that this school system has done the very best that it can. And I guess I look at things a little bit differently, because equity to me is, you can't give my granddaughter equity, and it's not your fault. Because if you could, and the little guy was adorable. I can't see, I'm going to put some glasses on. My granddaughter has a therapist, physical therapist, occupational therapist, a speech therapist, you name it, she has it privately funded by us. And the generosity of people who have made donations, and publicly through the school system. But it doesn't matter what you do, she will never walk or do some of the things that other people do. We accept that because life is just a challenge. And I just, all this, I hear their pains, but life is just not fair. And my other thing is, can you question? I see a lot of people saying, we want this. A third person are we doing a resolution, or can you state that again, what the resolution will allow versus a policy? Thank you.
To my understanding, this resolution.
Just to clarify to everyone, because I'm
Yeah, I think
kind of
that
hearing it going
so there was
towards
a policy that was put forth
policy.
in the board docs and the agenda item that differs from what Mr. Kuzan has presented as a substitute motion. That resolution, it sounds to me, I'm going to paraphrase a little bit, that is to essentially hire an outside consultant to do an equity study.
So it is not going to be the resolution is just to ask, not
The resolution is to hire an
hire.
an equity consultant to evaluate. I should let Mr. Kuzan, maybe you could,
The resolution is to evaluate and develop an action plan to ensure that discrimination does not affect outcomes and experiences for our students and our employees. That is what the resolution states.
Great evening, Jordan Johnson, Lacombe, Louisiana. First off, I want to thank Mr. Nation, Mr. Drabby, and Ms. Richardson, and Mr. Harrell for meeting with me at the time given. I guess going last is not the best since I've lost a minute, so I'll get started. I'm here in favor of the equity policy, and me being a future or the new generation of leadership, I can honestly say that I'm disappointed in many ways. I'm disappointed for the judgments that I've heard from parents. I'm disappointed from individuals that have moved here to our community from what they think or what they view for equity. And I'm disappointed that you guys think that this resolution to a policy is not needed in our community, in our school system. It's simple for an improvement. If you guys say that we don't need it, once again, I'm hearing about taxpayers and dollars. Money is a renewable resource. Yes, everybody doesn't have it. But when we're putting the future of our kids and the future leadership, so I can tell my niece and nephew that, hey guys, guess what? We didn't work together as adults because we're telling children to work together and compromise, but we couldn't do so in regards to their future and their outcome. It's disappointing to hear from myself, to supposed to be learning from my constituents as well as people that precede me, and to see some of the leadership it's disappointing, not just from you guys, from parents that I'm hearing in the audience as well. And to see that we've come to the table with a solution to the challenge or the problem. We all come in unison under prayer, but we're divided for the future of the children and equity and just giving fairness for everybody. It's not just the black and white, just fairness for everybody. I know that that's been a component to a lot of things you've heard, but you've heard of disabilities as well and gifted children as well. Guys, I can't stress this enough that for myself, looking to learn from each and every one of you and adults that come before me, is very disappointing from what I saw tonight from so many individuals to not even want to have a conversation or even to research and look into this. Teachers, as the lady said, that is a teacher, we put them through rigorous workshops. My mother, I'm gonna finish up, I know the timer just went off. My mother went through rigorous workshops for 25 years at Viola Middle. But we only go through one workshop as a school board and as a community and as a parish to find the equity within our system. Guys, Jesus, it's 2020. If we can come together in the prayer, we can come together for the sake of our children. A community raised me. People from different backgrounds and demographics helped raise me. And it takes a village to raise a child. But now we're collectively saying that this village already has a child. We don't need to raise any more.
okay,
Thank you.
I mean, I don't know if there's more board members that would like to speak. I'd like to turn it back over to the board for any final comments. Mr. Hersey?
You could ask for clarification. All I was going to say from.
Yeah, we can call the question. Mr. Betancourt?
From listening to all the people that are interested in this subject, a few things came up, and everybody seems to know all about all these problems out there. It's been mentioned a couple of times, roughly. Does anybody know, Mr. Jabi or whatever, roughly what a consultant to study this would cost? Would anybody have a guess? You know, $50 or $50,000 or $100,000? If we already know a lot of the things that need improvement, why don't we spend that $100,000 on what we know that we need to do a little bit better job on? And most of the time, the board members, we get recommendations from the administration. Most of us, we're not educators. We're not in the central office on a daily basis. We're not in the schools. We're a school board. We set policy. We hire a superintendent. He and his staff and all the other employees do the work. I want to get to the point Ms. Lemaine said about, we're gathering data and all this. I want to get to the point where the administration comes to us, just like it did about earlier, that the group life plan, they made a recommendation to us. I want to hear the administration say, we make a recommendation that we need to hire an outside consultant because we're looking at data and, we need some kind of unbiased opinion. And we're not there yet, I don't think.
I'd just like to correct one of the statements that Mr. Bettencourt made. I've been in the system 36 and a half years, and I was a supervisor for 26 and a half years. So I understand what's going on, what happened to me. Not what happened to me, but I've been involved with the central office. I've been involved as a coach, as a teacher. So I've been in the system. I've been an athletic director at a university for 10 years. So I think I qualify. I just wanted to correct that statement that you just made, that none of us.
No,
You said none of us.
I said most of us.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, if you said more, I apologize.
We
All
got
right,
you,
okay.
we got
Okay.
Mr. Winkler, we got Jack, we got Tammy.
All right, I just wanted to correct that statement. Thank you.
Ms.
All right.
Lamy?
What if we had a group of our teachers start with it, to start? Because our teachers know that there are inequities. That our teachers know which schools don't have the same resources as other schools. One of the schools I taught at didn't have a gifted program. They would bus them to another place twice a week for enrichment. The other one did. There's different reasons for that, but I think we could probably get a lot of information if teachers weren't fearful of, being in trouble or, yeah. Right. Anyway, I was just thinking, who knows better than the teachers who are working there every day with those kids? Just a thought.
Mr. Winkler calls the question. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. There's no discussion on this, so we just need to move this to a vote. The question has been called on Mr. Kuzan's motion, and let's please vote. Mr. Nation, sorry.
Did Mr. Bettencourt offer up a amended motion to that?
No.
Do you want us to vote on that? I have a substitute resolution.
No, let's vote on it. I want to vote on it. I like to vote on it, yes, sir. You can put the rest or what?
No, we're not voting on the motion. We're voting on the motion to be called, the question to be called. We did, you may need to redo this. We are not voting on Mr. Kuzan's motion. We are voting on whether or not the question should be called. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that they knew that.
Got it.
Okay, the motion to call the question carries. There are 10 yeas and 4 nays. So the motion on the floor, Mr. Kuzan, may I read your motion? Just to make sure. The motion on the floor, this resolution reads as follows. The resolution of the St. Tammany Parish School Board approving the engagement of an experienced external consultant from outside of the district to evaluate and develop a strategic equity action plan to ensure that discrimination does not affect outcomes and experience for our students and employees. And that motion was seconded by Shelta, so we are now to vote on that motion.
We gotta vote on this motion first.
I mean, we've, We've closed discussion, and Mr. Kuzan wants to vote on this motion.
We've called the question of what you just told me.
Ask council if I can make a substitute.
They've already called the question. It would have to be by consent.
What does that mean by consent?
Let's-
Can you clarify? Have to be upon agreement, they want to propose it.
Thank you.
So let me ask the board, because this is a very sensitive issue. Mr. Derman or somebody has a potential amendment to Mr. Kuzan's motion. In order to open the floor back up for discussion on your amendment, we would need unanimous board consent. So maybe by show of hands, do we want to open this back up for discussion for an amended motion? So I'll do that by a show of hands. Anybody?
I know this is kicking the can down the road.
Excuse me. I can answer this question potentially, but,
Yes.
She's gonna speak, she's gotta come.
Yeah,
back.
that would be helpful.
You could offer a subsidiary motion to refer to a committee to investigate the cost before, but that's
Well, that's a
different,
question for you.
different than a substitute motion.
Hold on.
It-
In the middle of a motion vote, we can stop and say, vote on the.
There can be a-
substitute motion.
there
We
can-
voted on it, the board's up for a vote now. Now, you telling me that we can not do that, we can take that off and put a substitute motion in?
I'm
I don't
saying
think
that
that's
if there's
right.
a subsidiary motion, such as a motion to refer to committee, it takes precedence over the main motion that's on the floor.
I don't believe that's right. I'm sorry.
I don't believe unanimous consent was received for that regardless. So our motion is back to a vote. The motion as Mr. Kuzan presented, so please vote on that motion.
That's it.
That motion fails. 3 yeas, 10 nays, and 1 abstention. Mr. Betancourt.
I have a new resolution that I'd like to present if I could get a second to do that.
Can't say first, sorry.
Yeah, and so I guess this would, yeah, we would need to add this to agenda, which does require a unanimous vote.
So if we do
Can I speak to you just a minute, please?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Mr. Green, would you allow me?
Absolutely, please. I don't want to do anything that's not within the confines of Robert's Rules of Order, so please help us out.
I was just asking, since
Can be amended.
Mr. Kuzan's motion failed, the resolution, I have a resolution that the board may be interested in hearing and voting on.
Does it amend the item that's before us right now?
No.
If- My question is going to be, since Mr. Kuzan's motion failed,
Yes.
then the item that was before us is now what we're going to take up discussion on again, correct? And then it can be amended by Mr. Bettencourt if he so chooses.
There could be another motion made
Thank
because
you.
Yes.
this item is on the agenda.
Yes, sir.
Does not require unanimous vote. That motion failed, If there's another motion to come up, you can bring that up, or you can say, let's move on to the next item.
Okay,
So a board member can make another motion.
thank you. Mr. Betancourt.
Yeah, I have a resolution, and I'll make a motion that I be able to offer it to the board. I need a second.
Mr. Betancourt,
Pardon?
Mr. Betancourt.
I can't hear you.
Well, without knowing what it is, I don't know if you can get a second for it, so why don't you,
Well, I got a second from Miss Lamy.
you rolling the dice over there, huh?
Unseen. And I do have copies for everyone.
Okay.
I'll read it while y'all passing that out. Whereas the St. Tammany Parish Public School System is committed to providing a caring and safe environment for learning, a challenging and relevant curriculum, innovative instruction, and solid student achievement for all students. And whereas the district strategic plan is the foundation of our school system's ongoing efforts for continuous improvement in order to achieve educational excellence in St. Tammany Parish. Our school system is moving forward and remains committed to working closely with all of our stakeholders to meet the needs of all students and our community. And whereas STPPS adheres to the equal opportunity provisions of federal and civil rights laws and does not discriminate on the basis of race, color, national origin, religion, age, sex, sexual orientation, marital status, or disability. Nor does STPPS discriminate in hiring practices and promotions. And whereas STPPS wants every student to succeed and has numerous programs in place that provide for our students varying levels of support based on individual need or ability, such as 504 accommodation, Title I, gifted program, early childhood pre-K education programs, after-school tutoring, etc. Now therefore be it resolved that the St. Tammany Parish School Board supports ongoing efforts to identify and address any and all areas that may need improvement, and I move.
I'm abstaining from that. I want to abstain from that, please. I don't want to.
It was called for unanimous second. That was not achieved. Yes, sir, Mr. Derman.
He already has a second. I would just like to add that I think it's important that we set up a workshop with staff, legal, and members of the public, that a couple from each side, the pros and cons to the issue, and as a work group, and establish the data and all of the information, and even get us a price on what a consultant cost would be in the event that is deemed necessary after the study is complete. I just think we need more information than just everybody telling us the various points. I think Mr. Alfred, if he was on there, and a couple other people, and I think for the fact of transparency, I mean, I would leave it up to you as chair or Mr. Nation as board president to establish a fair working group of both, citizens and teachers and staff to get us a background on what we're talking about, and prove to us that it is working, it isn't working, or whatever. Everybody on this board wants everybody to achieve, and they want them to be treated fairly and equally throughout. Now, that may look different, just like we've always said, every child, every day, because that's different for every child. The needs and the benefits may be different for each child. whether they're in Slidell or Mandeville or Covington or black, white, indifferent. I don't care about all that. I'm just trying to say that we need more information than what we currently have. And I'm just trying to find a way to get that information back to this board in a professional manner so that this board can make an intelligent decision moving forward. And that's, I don't know how you want to say it, but that's what I want to say.
If that's a motion, I second.
That's a substitute, that would be a substitute.
Well, it's just adding on to the back end of Ron's. I'm good with that.
Yeah, add it.
I'm just adding it to the right before, now, to therefore.
I applaud this. I applaud.
Put another whereas in there.
Yeah.
Let's make sure that we're doing this correctly. Mr. Dermott, I hear you say that you want to add it to Mr. Betancourt's motion.
Correct. I just want
So that
one more
would be- would that be
paragraph
an
in there.
amendment to his motion?
Yes.
Okay, so you have to vote on the amendment first, is that correct? And if the amendment passes, then you vote on the.
Unless he's a friendly,
Unless you get a friendly amendment that he.
It hasn't been
accepts as part of his
called,
motion.
correct?
I accept that at all.
And does your second accept?
You accept that, Dean?
I'm sorry, Mr. Green, I think I'm taking over your job on that.
No, I appreciate it. I've gotten lost in parliamentary procedure here.
Mr. Betancourt can just offer the amended motion, or if it's Mr. Derman's amended motion.
Yeah, I have no problem with adding. I just need to know where is the whereas is gonna go.
We'll get all of that together.
Yeah, we'll figure that out, and we'll add that language of a working group to be established and chaired by Mr. Derman. Thank you for volunteering for that position.
This is your committee.
Yes, Ms. Hines.
Are we voting?
Question. I just have a comment that I think this is the proper way we should proceed. That we're not, this issue has so many layers. It really has layers on top of layers. And I don't know whether we need a policy, whether we need, I know we need to study the issue more. And I believe that even we need to consider our vision statement. I think we're at a juncture, too, in our school system. You know, we will have a new superintendent at some point, and I think that person should be involved with some of this. And, you know, there's been so many things mentioned tonight, and most of those things do require dollars. And I just want to point out to the people in the audience that spoke that if you take the list of things that the school system has to do, it would probably stretch from me to Miss Lamey in small type. It's incredible the things that a school system has to provide. And it's, oh, you've got the chart, Mr. Betancourt? Because we've gotten, you know, this, we've heard about this at national conferences. And maybe it would have to be a little bit bigger type to stretch to Miss Lamey and I, but things are added every day. So I agree that we do need to form a work group. And this is, I know there's been talk about dates to put on this, that it's accomplished by such and such a date, but let's get this right. Let's get it right when we do it. So I appreciate everyone listening tonight, and I think that the board probably all could agree that this would be a good direction for us to go in. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hines. Mr. Nation.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Yeah, I will certainly support the motion, even as amended, and I'll work with Mr. Jabbia to, appoint the work group, and so that we have the representation as Mr. Derman suggests, and we can begin to, we can move forward.
Thank you. Mr. Harrell.
I'd like to call the question.
The question's been called. Second. Let's have a vote on that. This is again.
Yeah. I think you just voted on over and we call for the question.
We haven't allowed for board discussion, to finalize board discussion or public comment. So let's, I think that's fair to open up public comments on the amended motion. Okay. Yes, public comments. Thank you, Ms. Mullet. 2 minutes.
Robin Mullet. I heard a lot of different needs, concerns, issues, comments tonight of different things that everyone is coming up, and I hear we need more data-driven, we need to talk about social economics, we need to talk about diversity with racism, we need to talk about ensuring meeting the needs of all everyone, fairness, impartiality, inclusion, supplying support for personnel, supplying support for special ed, redoing special ed, you name it. I would ask that this work group focus on the needs of the students first. Then go, and no offense to the employees, I apologize, but focus on the needs of the students in the classroom first. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mullet. As you approach, please state your name, sir.
It is Mike. Paul Palillo, Madisonville. So I'm a transplant. I grew up in New Jersey. My family was from New York City, Italian American. My grandfather came from Italy. So in coming, as he came here, he was a garbage man, but he learned how to use a slide rule. And that was one of the things he taught me. I went to public school in New Jersey, saw a lot of money being thrown. Jersey has one of the most expensive school programs there is and doesn't get the recognition or the output that they want. They have challenges. So throwing money at a problem is not a problem, or can be potentially a problem and not give you the result that you want. The issue that I think I've heard is, again, being a transplant, moving down all the way down from here. I married somebody from Chalmette, a local. And the issue that I really see is I've been almost a military brat. So I've been able to see diversity. I've been able to see racism. In Jersey up north, I have 3 kids and now 6 blended together. And I, as a young parent, I'm in my 40s. With a 17-year-old, I gave my daughter a black baby, because at the time when my grandparents raised me, there was racism. They were prejudiced. It was active. And for myself, I made sure that I didn't want that for my children, so I tried to help that. So something that I can tell you that absolutely did work. And I do think from everybody's views, your view is your perception. Special needs kids are not, everybody has their tragic story, but they're not the majority. The majority is the majority. Everybody has their own perception of what the issue could possibly be and a remedy to fix it, because they're only looking at it through their eyes, their issue. So what I think is using the management skill. I came up through the public school, went to a community college, and I was a C student. And they thought that I wasn't going to be somebody who actually did something well. I was told to go out and use my hands. So I've run Presidential Helicopter. I've run a E2D, $1 billion program. And my odds are form a Tiger team. That's absolutely the best way to do it. And actually, before you go out and get someone, form the Tiger team, do an independent search internally, take a view, have it be exactly that, parents from both sides, issues, and evaluate yourself, then go out. Then go out and do it.
Thank you, sir.
Again, Coco Darrow, Mandeville. As disappointed as I am that the original resolution failed, I appreciate the replacement one. Sorry, I don't know the lingo. Because what I hear is that you want to engage in some thoughtful dialogue, okay? I'm not disappointed with that. But, coming here today and with concerns that we want to be addressed and hearing that we want to dismantle the whole entire school system, I think I can speak for all the people that are for the advancement of equity, that we do not trust Mr. Nations to curate that group. We would like to feel confident that that was a meaningful curation. The last thing that I would almost want to like just, see if you guys would want to throw in there is that this could be, could this be a quarterly thing, an annual thing that this group meets? Could there be, just a certain rolling amount of, recommendations that happen from different groups of, all the pieces of the puzzle? So keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Patricia Mandeville, Patricia Stout. Yeah, thank you all for continuing the dialogue. A few things. Yeah, I think having someone, Mr. Nations, who doesn't really believe or promote the concept of equity be in charge of calling the committee does not make any sense to me at all. Secondly, there was some talk about single-parent households and two-parent households and, the educational system and who are the parents that we're going to have in 20 years. Those are the children we have now in our schools. And the parents who aren't helping and engaging with the children now were probably your students 20 years ago. How do we help raise children who will be engaged parents? And how do we help create systems that make that possible? There was a third thing. I have a whole minute left. So if you get together a group of diverse people with hotly contested ideas from a wide spectrum, I think that's fantastic. I think for not very much money, you could get that professionally run by people who understand how to train in civil discourse. And I'd highly recommend that you don't just try to have the conversation yourself with these intensive issues and this broad swath of folks, because I think you can really get something good done here. And I think probably for just a few $100 or maybe a couple $1,000s, you could have some really well-run groups that know how to deal with strongly divergent opinions. Thank you all so much for considering this so carefully.
Thank you.
Courtney Palillo. So if I'm understanding it correctly, the work group would be people from both sides trying to come together to come up with a solution where everybody could move forward. It would be in the best interest of all the children. Is that right?
It's a good summation.
Opportunity for you to comment, Ms. Palillo. It's not, you don't have the opportunity to ask questions.
Okay. Anyway, I don't think that it could be data. If you're worried about data, the data is there. The statistics are there. We could get together. The Louisiana Department of Education has everything out there for you. It specifies everything. I know it's getting late. Everybody's tired. I'm exhausted too. But when you present facts, that takes the emotion out of it. And what we're doing is trying to solve a problem that is, from what I'm hearing, emotionally driven from both sides. But if you look at the data, we don't need to hire anybody. You could get it for free. It's on the Department of Education website, and it's easily accessible. So I'm just saying, take that into consideration before you go spend $50,000 on a consultant, depending on what side they're coming from, is going to be how you get your results. Thank you.
Karen Vander. The data, the bringing people together, I like the compromise, but we do have to have that facilitated. There cannot be a bunch of people coming together, like someone mentioned, and have get heated. You have to be able to facilitate that properly. So if you're going to do that, you have to do it right and allow it to be productive. And then also they do have to have some periodicity to be able to report that information, because they will be incumbent to bring it to you. And it needs to be at least on a quarterly basis, but it should be more frequent in the beginning. And I do agree that Mr. Nation should not be a part of that, because I know that y'all all received that email where he said the racially insensitive things to me, and then the things coupled with what he said tonight. I don't think that is appropriate for him to hold that role. So I think that we need to look and somebody from For the Good, because we're the one who brought this forward. I mean, Dr. Jessica Stubbs has worked with the system and retired in many years. She still works, but I think she will be excellent as a part of that team to talk about these things and to bring it forward. And I do believe it should be diverse. I even think somebody from the school board should be a part of that as well, so you can learn about what is happening in the school system. But you also are going to have to figure out how you're going to make these teachers and students feel safe to be able to talk about what's going on. That's part of the problem that is happening. They're afraid because of the retaliation that they feel is happening or what they have witnessed that has happened. Because that was one lady told me, that's what she saw, what happened to another person for speaking up. So how are you going to create that safe space for your teachers and your students and your administration to be able to talk about the things that's happening in the school system, Mr. Javier? I mean, right now, we need the group coming together. Like I say, I'm all for that. But we have to make sure that it's productive and that we are not kicking the can or that we are not making this go away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Going to help you get this out. I love the compromise for sure, and I don't think it was a who's going to win and who's right and wrong, but it's a start. And a friend of mine said on one of our conversations is that a disagreement should be the start of a conversation, not the end of one. And I highly agree with that. I need to learn from each and every one of you, and hopefully you guys will be able to take something from me. She just mentioned that it's emotionally driven, but if those emotions are also stem from data and facts as well, I think we can take the emotions out of it and still stem away from the facts. I've also heard that basically the life is hard and you gotta kind of get over it. And I know for myself that if I'm teaching my niece and nephew, future children, and cultivating new leaders of tomorrow, that's not a throw in the towel aspect about life is hard. You meet them head on and still give it your all. Would you guys want somebody to come and be a new school board member and say, hey, this position is hard and I'm just gonna do my bare minimum? I also just heard about the minority is not the majority. And myself working in the public with children, I want each and every child that walks into my facility to feel like the majority, period. Each and every time, from every parent and every individual that comes forth from them. So I would think that if you guys would give me control of your child or vice versa, or we are all together, we can all work in unison, of course. And I just, these ideas and these thoughts coming from individuals that's of course supposed to be at the forefront of changing for tomorrow, we can make an impact today. And it's a step. It's going to take a lot of bricks to build this community and this subdivision, and we can help each other. It's not of us versus you guys or us alone. We're working together as a unit to show the new generation that even if you disagree with somebody, you can still come to a compromise, which you guys did suggest, and we can work on the same playing field for change together. So thank you guys for, of course, the alternative solution. Continue to do what you guys are doing, and thank you guys for your time tonight. Appreciate it.
Kathleen Canino, Covington. And I just want to say, by law, y'all are required to have a special education committee that has parents and administration and students on it. And right now, y'all don't have one. So my only caution about the committee is that it actually takes place and in a timely fashion. It's not just put off, or it's a great idea and then never happens. So I just ask that y'all really put some thought into it and make sure that it happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that does it for public comments. Does somebody want to, Ms. Drucker would like to call the question. Is there a second? Ms. Lamy, second. Unanimous second. So we're just going to, unanimous second? No. Okay, let's vote. That's fine. Let's vote on this motion then. Mr. Betancourt's amended motion to include a working group.
Okay, what's it supposed to be reading on top of is it supposed to say Mr. Betancourt or Mr. Kuzan?
No, Betancourt.
Okay, I'm looking at Mr. Kuzan wrote up here on mine. Say it again for me, please, sir.
You didn't get one?
Yeah, I don't have that. No, I have that.
What
I'm
I'm
talking
talking
about what
about-
I'm fixing to 4B on mine, I'm fixing to vote for. It's not reading the same as that, that's all.
What you're gonna vote for is the one on the screen.
Okay, irregardless of what's on my screen.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
What's on the screen?
Thank you for clarification, sir.
Mr. Harold. Got them all? Okay.
Thank you. That motion carries 12 yeas, 1 nay, and 1 abstention. So that motion carries. A working group will be established to examine inequities. Okay, let's move into the administrative portion of our agenda. Mr. Kosei, our monthly maintenance and custodial report. Ladies and gentlemen in the back, if you could move to the atrium, that would be wonderful. Mr. Kosei.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Board, you have the maintenance and custodial report for our month before you, and our supervisor, Mr. Wade Gottschalk, is here to answer any questions regarding that report.
Best one we've ever done. Thank you, Mr. Kosei. Our monthly risk management report.
Secondly, Mr. Gaspard, our risk manager, is here to answer any questions relative to that report.
No questions from the board, and moving on to our transportation report.
And finally, from my reports this evening, we have the monthly transportation report. Mr. George Bodie, our supervisor of transportation, is here to answer any questions regarding that report.
Mr. Betancourt, question for Mr. Bodie?
Yeah, could we maybe here see how everything's going with our buses, and since we're getting into phase 3, more kids going to school every day?
We started this week, Wednesday, of course, with our sixth, 7th, and 8th grade students, and Mr. Bodie and his group worked very well with that. We didn't have, I listened to the radio in the morning, and that's an indicator of what kind of issues we have going on, and we were very pleased with that rollout of the additional students. We didn't have any major issues. We have some hot spots, but it's mainly confined to our areas with our large numbers at some of our larger elementary schools. So it's still mainly the pre-K through 5 where we have some hot spots, and the 6th, 7th, and 8th came in well.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kosei. Thank you, Mr. Bodie.
Mr. Kosei, Mike Winkler, got a
Yes, sir.
question for you. What do we do if there's somebody on the bus that's positive? Does everybody on that bus have to be quarantined, or?
We're going to take direction from our CDC guidance and our liaison with Ochsner, and whatever we have to do, we will do. I can tell you, whenever we have a positive case, we have been rolling out robocalls, whether it's on the school or the school bus, depending on those students and those parents the parents that need to hear that message. But
Okay, so they're
if
saying
they
in
have
a
to be
classroom.
if they have to be quarantined, there's the contact tracing that has to take place, and we get that direction from Ochsner.
So if, even in a classroom, bus room, or bus, whatever, those people in that room have to be quarantined, or?
No, sir. No, sir.
Not necessarily. We have to look at whether or not they were close to one another with over 15 minutes, all that information. We have to evaluate that, and then they make those decisions.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and then we have a seating chart on every bus, and we have a seating chart for every classroom. So we can see if somebody's reported positive, we know who's sitting next to those or within the 6-foot range. And then our physician assistant, PA, will guide us through that and tell us what we need to do.
Okay, thank you.
If I could end with just one thing, I want to thank our bus owner operators and the bus attendants for the extra work they're doing in making sure that our buses are safe and clean and disinfected.
Thank you, Mr. Kosei. I'd like to welcome Ms. Tipton up for our construction report.
Thank you, Mr. Green. The first item tonight is consideration of bids for Fifth Ward Junior High. And we did take those bids this Tuesday. And we are recommending acceptance of the low base bid plus alternate number 1 submitted by Smith Construction Company in the amount of $1,656,160 for those additions at Fifth Ward Junior High, School Board Project 1930.
Mr. Harrell makes that motion. Is there a second? Mr. Durman makes that second. Any questions from the board? Ms. Drucker?
Alternate number 1 was part of the original base bid in the previous bids, and it involves the work that's required to make the cooler freezer systems and refrigeration systems of that building connected to the generator at the school, so that if they lose power there, those refrigerated items will continue to have power and continue to work.
Mr. Harrell?
Thank you, Matt. Ms. Tipton, I just want to thank you so much for finally getting this. I know we've gone out a couple of times and we're finally moving forward and we're getting something to accept. I know Fifth Ward's really excited about having this project out there and getting it going. I'd like to take the time to congratulate Mr. Tommy Peters. He's recently retired, so I know he's excited about that. He hung on as long as he could, hoping to see this. So I know Mr. Hartzog's going to keep that great tradition that he started going forward.
I'm sure
So I know
he
they're
will.
all going to be really excited about this.
Yes, sir. I met him at the pre-bid meeting. I'm sure he will. And I'm sure Mr. Peters will probably come back and take a look at it.
Mr. Kuzan?
Yeah, but I'm gonna wait till she finishes. I want to ask her a question about the project I have.
Okay. Mr. Durman?
Ms. Tipton, just looking at the bids, tabulations, I mean, they're extremely close, huh? For the first, 5 or 6 or 8 there? I mean,
Yes, sir.
normally we don't see them that tight, huh?
We've been seeing a lot of interest in our bids, and it's good to see that everybody seemed to be on consensus of the scope of work, and that they
And
are
this was the
close.
project that was overbid the last couple of times?
Yes, sir.
And we're back in line now?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Durman. Any other comments from the board? Seeing none, any from the public on this particular project? None, let's vote. Oh, I'm very sorry. That motion carries 14 yeas, 0 nays. Ms. Tipton, item B.
Yes, sir. The next item is consideration of a project to install artificial turf for the high school football fields. And there is a memo on board docs relative to that. And this is a request to consider a project for installing artificial turf football on the football fields at 7 of our high schools. And I think that Mr. Jabbia wanted to speak about that.
Mr. Jabbia.
Briefly.
Thank you, Ms. Tipton. Thank you, Mr. Green. You know, we've been discussing this probably a couple of years, and we've got some money in our parish-wide construction fund that we feel like that we can accomplish these projects. So we would like to move forward, you know, and just for the public and for everybody else, the football field is not just a football field. That football field is used by soccer, is used by band, ROTC, it's used by other junior high schools. It's a multi-purpose field, so it's going to benefit the entire school community. What we would like to ask of you as part of this, if you're going to grant us permission to go ahead and go forward on these 7 projects, is to ask you, we can go 2 ways. One way is that we can go out and we have to have an architect for this project, okay? I know a lot of you think, well, it's just a field, but you have to have an architect. There's a lot of different things that have to be done in drawings and all of these type of things. So we can go and do a screening for an architect and through our selection process. It would probably take us 3 to 4 months. That's definitely going to wipe out this summer for starting any projects. But we'll do what the board want to do. We do already have architects that have been approved for our small and large projects that we're working on now. If you would allow us to do a selection process from those that we have existing that you've already approved, and find 1 or 2 or how many it is out there that have had experience in working with these type of fields, we could move forward in probably 2 to 3 weeks and start with the drawings, and we'd be able to probably do 3 to 4 projects this summer. We believe that if we can get started early, we have a good opportunity, weather permitting, to get started this summer and get 3 to 4 projects done, and next summer finish up with the other 3 or 4, so that in 2 summers we would have all of our fields done. So that's an option that we'd like from you to give us approval. We'd like and we'd get some outside people that helps us in the selection process, either way we go. But if we go with the architects that have already on our approved list for our small jobs and large jobs, we can move a little bit quicker. But that's going to be your decision. So there's 2 parts to this request. Request is to move forward with the project for the 7 fields, and the other part is the architect process.
Would, if we use the already approved architects, would that still be a bid process amongst those?
It would be a bid process for the project, but it would be a selection process for the architect.
It would be going
Okay.
back to those architects
I
for their
got you.
qualifications relative to this specific project
Okay.
to be considered.
This would be bid as one project. All 7 fields, yes.
Okay.
Same architect, same contractor, so all of them get the same type of fields.
Mr. Betancourt makes a motion, just to clarify, or Mr. Betancourt, are you a motion to include option 2, which would be to use our
Existing
already
architects.
existing architecture pool? Yep, architect pool.
Okay.
I second that motion. Is there any any comments from the board? Mr. Derman?
Surprise, huh? I totally support, with the artificial turf fields because, the amount of use that a typical high school field gets is tremendous. From PE to everything. And whenever you got a football season going on, you got 3 different games being conducted out there on a weekly basis. And like Ms. Jabbia said, then soccer and this and that. And if it rains, then the head football coach is running them all off. So but anyway, I think I know it's a lot of money, but it's also money well spent because of the availability that it gives our entire student body, usage of that facility. And it's 24/7, it's 365. So I think it's a great deal. With the architect selection process, with that being said, we only have 1 artificial turf field in the parish currently for us.
Correct.
And that's Lakeshore?
Lakeshore High.
Lakeshore.
And who was the architect on that project when they did
He
that?
was architect for the school, was it Cameron? When
It
they built
was-
the school?
That was Fauntleroy Latham Weldon Bar.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
all right. And we're gonna do seven fields. I'm holding up 3 fingers. Yeah, three, and plus 1. But, okay, I was just trying to clarify that in my head. And then when you come back with the recommendations, then we vote on whomever the selection process is at that point in time, correct? For the architects?
We bring the selection back to you for you to approve the architect?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Then, of course, you're going to approve the bids also. We'll bring all that back to you.
Right, okay, thank you.
Ms. Lamy?
How do we know which schools are going to go first?
Well, we're going to discuss.
Put it in a bowl?
Look, That discussion has already been done. Some of the board members want to do contests with the coaches, and whoever wins that's who goes first. Now, we'll come up with the process on that.
What,
We'll
Miss
come back to
Lamy,
you
what
with-
has been discussed is a community type event where we would it'd be spirited between schools, maybe some type of bracket, you know,
Everybody gets to participate, like with water guns, but like, and I have to come after you.
could be.
Don't say guns. Don't say guns. Don't say guns.
Mr. Kuzan?
Yes, sir.
Sure is in support of this motion.
Thank you.
But I've been waiting on the parking lot at driveway. I got the land, all I need is to keep my person from parking on the side of the road.
Mr. Kuzan, I'm working on that for you,
You
okay?
told me that 2 years ago.
Be nice to me now, Mr. Kuzan. Be
But,
nice.
North Shore High School should be the place field we consider.
I did not say that. He said that.
I didn't either, but I do have a question.
Ms. Page?
We're gonna come back to you with the process of how we're gonna select and, once everything is approved and ready to go. And let me just say, again, I want to emphasize that whatever you decide on as far as the selection of architects, our goal is, if we go with the group that we have now, we feel like we can start. But, there's never any guarantees if you run into issues and weather and all of that. But we got a better chance of doing it with the architects that we have now than if we go out and take 3 or 4 months to get somebody. Okay?
Agreed.
Thank you.
Ms.
I
Page.
do support this 100%. I think it's wonderful. But just like we were kind of jokingly, but kind of serious too, I do think we need to be real careful and make sure we're rotating back and forth between the East and the West Parish,
Totally.
I just think that's important. Thank you.
Mr. Hersey?
2 questions for you, Mr. Javia. One, this item will come up on our regular school board meeting, correct, for a vote?
If you make a recommendation tonight, it has to be ratified next week. Yes,
Correct,
sir.
so we're just moving down. So next week, would you have a general idea of how the selection of the schools would be chosen? I hate to put you on the spot.
I'll come up with a process. I'll try to do my best.
Thank you.
Okay?
I think I saw that. already.
I think Ms. Heinz still has her glass jar. We can draw the names out of it. We'll put all of the east on one side and all the west, draw one in the east and one in the west. What about that?
I like that, perfect.
That may work.
Problem solved.
As long as I pull,
Okay, Ms. Richardson?
as long as I'm the puller, I can go on that.
Mr. Javid, given some of the discussions we've had tonight, I think it's important we just identify where those funds do come from. You said it's coming out of a construction.
It's a parish-wide construction
Right.
fund that's already in the budget.
Thank you. And I just think it's important because we've had some sensitive discussion tonight and the cost of, a consultant and what have you. And I think some may feel, well, why can't we use that turf money on things like that? And just wanted to make sure we're clear. This is coming out of a construction fund
Only designated for
and
construction.
it's designated, and that's why
Yes.
we in good conscience, because I'm all for it. And I think these fields are very important for a sense of community. And I love the direction that you're going, and I like the fishbowl idea too. So anyway.
Back to you, Ms. Page.
Yes, thank you. I think it's also important to remember that we have a tremendous amount of injuries on our fields when they don't have turf. A tremendous amount of injuries just from our players, our TC students out there, PE, soccer. We have a lot of injuries. So it's not just about having a turf field, it's about injuries of our students.
A lot of safety considerations.
The motion's been made. We're just going through board comments now. I'd like to open up to public comments if I could. Any public comments on this particular motion? Mr. Broom?
I don't think you need the clock for that, do you?
Yeah.
Mr. Broom, 2
I
minutes,
won't
sir.
be long. Thank you. Robert Broom from Slidell. If you choose to go from your existing pool of architects, how will you pick from that pool, and will the qualifications of the architects be considered? Or there are qualifications relating to fields and things like that. Will that be considered specifically during the selection of the architects.
Yeah, and I'll let Ms. Tipton really answer that. I know we have a process in place for selection, so she can tell you what that
So what we're
is.
proposing to do is to go back to those architects that have already been through a qualification selection system previously after the 2019 bond issue passed, and go back to them for information specific to qualifications relative to this particular project for artificial turf installation.
Thank you.
Any other comments, Ms. Barrios?
I admit I've been woefully negligent in keeping up with what you all are doing, much to your joy, I'm sure. But this is the first that I've heard of this project to build 7 football fields. So for public edification, could you give us some information on what this is going to cost, the projected cost for 7 fields? And how does the maintenance on the cost of maintenance on an artificial field compare to the maintenance that you've had to do on regular turf or grass turf fields?
I think the maintenance on the turf field overall is gonna be less, because there's so much to do with the football field, with sanding and grass and crowning and drainage, you know. So I think that's gonna be, on the long run, it's gonna be to our benefit. The overall cost of the project, and we haven't gone out for official bids yet, but based on the information that we have, is probably between 1 to 1.5 million for each field.
Okay, and how often do you have to replace an artificial field?
They
Significant replacement?
They have different lengths on those, and there's different warranties that go. It just depends on what turf you get.
All right, thank you.
Any other comments or questions from the public? Seeing none, let's please vote. That motion carries 14 yeas, 0 nays, 0 abstentions.
Thank you.
Moving to our construction report, Ms. Tipton.
Yes, sir, thank you. The contractor is completing the framing of the 2 buildings for the new addition to Abney Early Childhood Center, and they expect to be closing in those buildings and starting on the interior by the end of next week. At Salmon High, framing and electrical rough-in are complete at the classroom walls, and the contractor is installing the finished plywood and sheetrock on the walls and installing ductwork. At Covington Elementary, they are installing structural fill, and they plan to start underground plumbing installation next week. At Covington High School, we have started clearing for the new tennis courts. And at Madisonville Elementary, the contractor is completing the metal wall panel and trim installation on the exterior. And on the interior, they've started installation of cabinetry in some of the classrooms, and they're also completing sheetrock installation in corridor areas. At Mandeville High, the glass for the windows has been delivered and is being installed, and they are proceeding with sheetrock installation. They've also brought in walkway canopies and are working with electrical and HVAC piping there as well. We have signed contracts, and the documents have been submitted to the parish for permitting review for the Lancaster Elementary addition, and the North Shore High additions project is advertised for bids. And we continue to receive plans and specifications and review them in our office, and that whole process with all of our capital improvement projects is proceeding well. So be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Tipton? None tonight. Thank you, Ms. Tipton.
Thank you.
As always. Moving on, our internal audit report, the monthly internal audit report is available on board docs. Do we have any questions for Mr. Incaprera? Seeing none, let's move to the business affairs. Ms. Prevost, would you like to join us? Well, you've joined at the podium.
Good
The
evening.
monthly financial report.
That was provided to you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Ms. Prevost? None? The purchasing report.
Ms. Stevens is here to answer any questions on that report.
Any questions for Ms. Stevens? None? Seeing none? Okay. Thank you, Ms.
Thanks.
Prevost. That concludes our agenda for the committee as a whole for Business Affairs and Administrative for this evening, and thus I adjourn this meeting. Thank you.